Double late, actually, because I'm starting at noon as well. Voosh, dude, what new? That's fucking true. It's crazy how permissible anti-white racism is. You know, you point out online, that Dutch people sound crazy. Everyone's like, that's fine. You go downtown and loudly speak in AAVE for 30 minutes. Everyone has an issue with it. Did you see Josh Strife? Oh, hold your horses. Hey, you don't need to mute people out the gate. Josh Strife actually proved that the collective drop in view count was due to adblock making YouTube not count views from PC rather than restricted mode. What? Not count views from PC? What are you talking about? What does that mean?
Hi, I'm Josh Hayes. I don't like making drama videos, I'd far rather be playing video games, but YouTube is my job, so when it makes changes which I may see and worry about, I like to be told. And when a creator I have a great deal of respect for, the Spiffing Brit, puts out a video basically saying every creator is wrong on this subject, nothing has changed, trust me bro, specifically referencing a video I made about it, when I believe I have enough data to make a reasonable claim that he himself is wrong, I kinda have to. In this video, I'll present the evidence of a pattern of source view desync related...
Okay, hold on. This seems like it's a little bit in the weeds. You were talking about the new restricted mode the other day? Yeah, it's not great. Holy data? Yeah, no kidding. I can't read this. Man, mobile phone views are so high. The idea is that YouTube is saving view data to count a view in a new way that is being blocked by ad blockers. If you're not on YouTube Premium, I think you're behind the times, man. You use YouTube way the fuck more than you use any streaming service. Getting to use YouTube on Premium, ad-free, no hassle. $20 a month? Yeah, dude, $20 a month is nothing compared to how much you use YouTube. Like, you're so entitled. Give me your money. Restricted mode isn't new though, is it? No, it's new. Or at least like the form that it's taken is new. Yeah, for sure. YouTube Red was a better name. YouTube Red just makes it sound a little bit like a porn site, doesn't it? Red like red light district, you know? YouTube Red sounds cool. But yeah. There's literally a porn site called RedTube. Really? I didn't know. I'm 12 years old and I didn't know that. Thank you. Bernie finally called Israel's actions a genocide. Hasn't he done that before? I'm almost positive he's done that before. Why not just use ad blocker? Dude, the YouTube like throttles your connection if you're using an ad blocker. It's not the same, man. Also, why would I use an ad blocker? I'm on YouTube, you know? Like, this is my job. It's a work expense for me. I'm writing that shit off. It doesn't on Firefox? That's crazy. I think he said ethnic cleansing but never genocide. Meaningless semantic debate, in my opinion. All right. Holy shit. Vosh being misquoted on my TL. Oh no. When did Soak done left? Move right. Reminder that credit scores didn't exist until 1989 and shouldn't exist. No, this is stupid slopulism. How do you feel about Vosh's take that investment basically shouldn't exist? If you mean lending basically shouldn't exist, terrible take. Not sure what investment shouldn't exist means. This person is the average YouTube chatter. He has said at different times, one, the stock market shouldn't exist, and two, that predatory buy now, pay later plans for regular purchases shouldn't exist. He didn't say lending or investing generally shouldn't exist, Lamau. Oh, you motherfucker. Don't you whitewash me. I'm not MLK Jr. I'm not dead yet. I did say lending shouldn't exist. Well, as long as there's no interest. Investment should not exist. As a concept, investment should not exist. No, you know what? Fuck it. Lending shouldn't exist either. Fuck you. That's an insane take, by the way. Yeah, we'll work it out. No more economy. No more economy. We gave you guys an economy, and what do you do with it? Labubus and Dubai chocolate. We're taking it back. Yeah, none of that would really matter in a when workers own the means of production. Dude, it's not even that. It's literally like I don't know how to put this. It seems like the moment you structurally incorporate debt into the economy becomes about debt. Like the money men have basically found out there is no money to be made in making and selling objects or services or whatever. Like the best way to make money is to borrow money, leveraging the money you already have, and then investing the money that you borrow into a reliably profitable investment. And then with the returns you get, you pay off the interest and the principal of the loan, and then you do the same thing over again. Like the whole economy becomes about managing your debt. I wish Vosh was more economically educated, not only so he could have more moderate econ takes. Dog, I've done the moderate econ take, Ben, okay? I've done the social democrat wah, I don't think anything can fundamentally change, Ben. I came out the other side. You're sitting on the wrong side of the wall of informed simplicity. You're like, well, good socialism is when everything works basically the same. No, man. That shouldn't exist as a concept. The fucking biblical scholars were right. That shit sucks. The moment you codify that, the whole economy becomes about it. Most economists aren't brave enough to agree with me, but I'll be vindicated after my time. I got a job? Nice. Watch Unlearning Economics, liberal. I don't know if Unlearning Economics would agree with my take that debt as a concept shouldn't exist. That's a little bit radical, I'm willing to admit. That's pretty far out there. How do I need a haircut already? Do I need a haircut, or do I need to, like, learn how to deal with my hair? It's so fucked up, dude. It never does what I want. Buzz it? You're right, I should go bald. We need to reclaim white men with shaved heads, okay? Why is it black men get to have shaved heads? That's fucked up. And also more anti-white racism. My hairdresser's away till Christmas, I'm screwed. Till Christmas? God damn, how much is your hairdresser making for a vacation like that? Okay, Vosh, suppose you need a car in order to work. You live in Houston or some shit. Saving for a car doesn't make sense because you can't stay without a job. How do you solve this problem without lending? You're beginning with presuppositions that I don't believe in. None, like, ideally, none of this shit should be a problem. Public transportation should already be like a public good that you access with no with no personal investment. Like that's the problem, right? Like you need to remove all of this from the profit motive and fold it back into like the like guaranteed rights, you know? Imagine if we did that with everything. Imagine we did that with like roads, you know? What do you think about Islam and their anti-interest belief? What anti-Islam... Dude, dog, they invented an entire new type of banking so that they could do interest again. This is how you know religion doesn't matter and nobody believes anything, okay? They were like, okay, interest is bad. You shouldn't be allowed to do interest. But what if we did it Islamically? And then they invented Islamic banking, and now they have the same banking system as everyone else. Like, it's because it just makes sense economically under a capitalist system to have interest, you know? Yeah, they painted the dang bank screen. We need to, you know the meme, like how I keep rent down in my neighborhood, and it's a guy firing like a Glock out up into the sky out of his window. We need to do that every now and again with housing decommodification conversations. Every like month we need to have 1 hour of stream dedicated to me talking about how I, as the like state bureaucrat, should be able to move your 81-year-old grandma out of the house she's lived in her whole life because an algorithm told me it's 0.4% more efficient for a like young family of 4 to move there. Um, we need to do that. We need to like that's how we keep the real energy going here. And this will drive us to shoot in the air. Well, if your 81-year-old grandma starts firing a gun out the window, that'll actually affect the algorithm that would have gotten her moved out. Which direction will it affect it in? I have no idea. I'm not the computer, okay? I get what you're saying to some degree, but I don't think society can maintain a lot of the things we enjoy from grants alone. But they totally could. Like, everything you need to exist, you should just get. Like, food, housing, utilities. Everyone should just get those things by default. There should be literally nothing that you need a loan for. Like, you have a medical accident, congratulations, motherfucker. It's Medicare for all. You don't need to worry about that shit, okay? You got like into a car accident or whatever. Okay, there I imagine it's pretty easy to imagine like a system of public transportation mixed with like vehicle grants that could like address this problem, right? I don't think, because economically we could provide all these things, right? Yeah, they move the goalpost, exactly, Iron Cat Lover. They're trying to achieve the same end, basically. Scarcity isn't real. When it comes to the basics, it's really not. Like, seriously, there, like, with the economic productivity of the United States of America, everybody getting house, food, medical care, and a car is literally like child's play, you know? It's just an insane, drawn out system of profit maximization, of artificial scarcity, of like, for instance, you guys all know that up until like 15 years ago, you could get a kind of okay car from the 80s for like 2,000 bucks. Over the past few decades, American car manufacturers who want to sell you new cars for $70,000 have worked to remove all of those old cars from the market. A lot of them work perfectly fine. Some are junkers, yeah, but like in many cases, like when I was growing up, that was what my parents would show me. My parents showed me like, hey, and when you're 16 or whatever, you can get one of these cars. And they would show me like a used car listing, like on a physical piece of paper, if you can imagine that, you know? And it would be like $3,000. This one has AC, that kind of thing, you know? And these are totally functional cars. There's nothing wrong with them. They're not like fancy or new, and they're, you know, not like phenomenal or whatever, but they work, right? We could provide so much for so many people. So much for so many people. And we just choose not to. Because of course, then poor people would choose to go with those rather than like going into debt for the new car. How disrupt was the hammering? 1 to 10? 4? 4? Not that bad, my love. You all get me, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. You all get me. You could provide these things. The cash for clunkers got rid of all the good old non-digital unrepairable cars. Yeah. It's fucking it's grim, man. The car allowance rebate system, a $3 billion U.S. federal scrap page program intended to provide economic incentives to U.S. residents to purchase a new, more fuel-efficient vehicle when trading in a less fuel-efficient vehicle. Oh, of course, of course, of course. Yeah, for sure, for sure. That was why we were doing this, you know, and incentivizing people to buy new cars for the environment. I hate Obama. Me too, buddy. Alan Blinder helped popularize the idea of a scrap page program and the moniker Cash for Clunkers with his July 2008 op-ed piece in the New York Times. He argued it would have a three-pronged purpose of helping the environment, stimulating the economy, and reducing economic inequality. In the Senate, the Cash for Clunkers legislation was inserted into a larger war supplemental funding bill. The ineligible car list. This shit's complicated. I should read up more on it. Cash for Clunkers basically just moved the next 2 to 3 years of car sales forward into that year. Cash for Clunkers was just one part of a broader scheme by the American government and by car companies to bail out our failing domestic motor industry and to get people to buy new overpriced cars. If car companies wanted to, if they wanted to, they could make extremely high quality cars for $20,000. They could sell them for $20,000. You can go to other countries and get them in their equivalent currency for more or less this amount of money. But in America, good fucking luck getting a new sedan or, God forbid, a truck for that amount of money. It's all a bailout for a fucking automobile industry. To be fair, Toyota Corollas cost about that much and they're fine. Toyota Corollas are great, but hold on one second. How much do they go for these days? Corolla cost. Yeah, starting around 22,000. Damn. They really are the only ones still doing it. That's actually solid. No, that's good. That's good. I'm not going to hate. Corollas are good cars. They're very solid. You can get a Kia Soul for around 20K. Yeah, but why would you want to? $20K still sounds ridiculous. No, I don't think so. That seems okay to me for a new car, you know. Sorry, we're getting distracted. Distracted from what? Well, how about this? You can lend people money, but there are no legal consequences if they don't pay you back. That just sounds like a grant with extra steps. Okay, but even if there are no legal consequences, then I feel like there would still be people would immediately invent some kind of like credit score-esque system where you determine people's reliability, and if they ever default on a loan ever, their score plummets, and it's effectively like them. They get blacklisted from like all, you know. I don't know, man. I don't know. They gotta make that shit illegal too. Okay. I know I don't engage with this stuff super consistently, and that's probably going to remain the case. Have you seen the shit that Destiny has been up to over the past 48 hours? Oh my god. Hold on. I had to work this out backwards because most of the accounts that cover this stuff I have muted or blocked. So I got it piecemeal. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. I got this clip off of Livestream Fails.
Justice. ABC wasn't this touched when Charlie's widow wept in front of the nation.
Oh
and the
my
far left is
God.
acting like Charlie had it coming.
If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump should have been president for the second term.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear.
This was vengeance for the election of Trump, too. Absolutely correct. Good framing, Jesse.
That guy's name's Destiny, and he just learned his fate. He's fired and banned from making any more money on his site.
No!
You need
Okay. So apparently what okay, I might have the order of events completely incorrect on this, okay? So my understanding is that Destiny popped in on a Piers Morgan debate and riled people up. And then afterwards, on stream, he made a comment about how conservatives need to be afraid again or something. And then he got a bunch of backlash for it. And then he posted that he had been banned from Twitch, which has an impressive 22,000 comments. Got quoted by Elon, you know? A lot of engagement there. Really good. Of course, he got banned from Twitch in 2022. Over 3 years ago. It was just a bit. But Fox News reported it as though he had actually gotten banned. Like, now. Which, not to suggest that I had any kind of high esteem for the editorial, I don't know, guidelines, or I guess like fact-checking ability of Fox News, but the fact that they would run with he's been banned from Twitch, like no one even thought to Google, like not even thought to Google it. What it essentially means is that there is no filter between, hey, look at this tweet, and it being put on Fox News. Like, there's not even a guy in the middle going, okay, how do we frame this to optimize our own outcomes or whatever? Literally, they're just pitching tweets. It might as well be a live stream. Jesse Waters is literally in VGG right now. Oh, we don't claim him. Okay. We need to go back. We need to go back to the beginning.
Jasmine Crockett or Maxine Waters or Chuck Schumer or AOC or Bernie Sanders, all of these bastards call us fascists.
Been quite active on social media.
Arrogant self, come on, man. We don't have enough dialogue at all.
Surely you're not going to walk out in a debate.
Wait, did Destiny fucking replace Cornel West? Whitewashing the fucking Piers Morgan debate lineup. Jesus Christ.
Go on and make your money, man.
Right. Well, there's a kind of farcical to quit a debate where we're literally debating about the importance of free speech and being able to listen to each other's opinions, which seems to me completely insane. Anyway, we've lost Cornel West for now. Maybe
Goodbye,
we'll get him
Cornel.
back. Well, Andrew Wilson referred to Destiny's insane
Goodbye, Mr.
tweet
West. Off to pay child support payments.
a little earlier, which was
The middle guy, the fash from the debate you did with the neo-Nazi. I've debated a lot of neo-Nazis. This guy, I think this guy is the one that I had the birth rate conversation with. I'm not sure. I think this is Posobiec, isn't it? Why does he look like that? Why does he look, and I'm saying this with the inflection of like a racial slur, British? We all know who Kasparian is.
disavowed by Anna Kasparian. Well, Destiny joins us now. Destiny, you've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica Kirk posted Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him, brackets, crying face emojis. In response to Alina Haber's tweet ordering people to fly their flags a half-mast in memory of Charlie, you posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday, ending every conservative debate call out I'd do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro." That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
The free speech right. It's the shoe is now on the other foot. Okay, we had our fun back in 2015 with the Tumblr rights, but here we are on the other side. No more being edgy. No more fuck your feelings. Now everyone has to handhold and pearl clutch. Come on, man. I thought humor was illegal. I thought comedy was made legal again. What the fuck happened?
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old white dude.
Described.
He wasn't trans. He didn't have a trans girlfriend. He didn't have any
Classic Piers Morgan. Every time he starts a show, he flips the coin on which side he's going to take today. Interrupts the statistically provable fact that conservatives commit the majority of political violence with the, oh, well, who did the most recent one? Well, that's funny, Piers Morgan. Would you make that same point after the next time? Well, it's funny because there was an act of political violence from the right that happened 5 minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot. It was a 16-year-old neo-Nazi who shot up a school. We don't have these conversations then. 9 times out of 10, it's a conservative. And when it's a conservative, Piers Morgan would never be like, oh, well, who did it most recently? You know? Only when a person wasn't explicitly conservative will Piers Morgan sit down and go, okay, well, I'm not really interested in the broader data. What I want to know is who did it most recently.
His influences, he didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just
I'm sorry, excuse me, when?
This is false, by the way. That's not true.
Yesterday, he said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
What you just said is not true.
The very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made it clear that the
reasonable sounding. What the fuck are we? Oh, well, all right. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard it from a guy, and he sounded like, I don't know. It sounded convincing from him. So I feel like this is true. How do you respond? This is why I ignored my fucking Piers Morgan debate request emails, dude. Jesus Christ, this guy's an intellectual black hole.
He hasn't made it clear.
You may not want to hear this.
He said this is an ongoing investigation.
You may not want to hear it, Destiny. But the reality is the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that...
Established. They've established. We're using cop speak here, you know? Yeah, the extremely competent FBI and you know, local Utah law enforcement have, over the course of just a few days, despite not being able to capture this guy until he turned himself in, basically through his family, were able to comprehensively determine the entire motive. I know typically determining the motive of a shooting is unless there's like a manifesto, you need like a whole investigation and there's a trial and everything. But no, they got this worked out, dog.
Drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now let me just ask you.
That's just not true.
Let me just ask
no
you.
way to deal with it.
Okay,
You're living in a
accusing the governor of lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But
sure.
If it turns out to have been somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn that?
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
So you won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Well, he did once. He did after January 6th, right? He had to be like, have his arm twisted by a fucking triumvirate of Senate Democrats, the military, and Mike Pence. They all had to like fucking gang up on him in the hallway outside the Oval Office and beat him with a stick until he agreed to go out there in the Rose Garden and say, "All right, my little pog champs, everyone go home. We're tired. I'm tired. Let's go." Like that was the one. That was the only fucking time. That was the only time. Also, after that one dipshit took a shot at Trump, there was like a few months long period where Trump was a little more quiet, a little more conciliatory. I don't know. He saw the ghosts. And he didn't like it.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why would you
his
expect
side
anybody,
to calm down?
Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
can
Trump
you
go on
answer
TV and
this
say,
question?
all of us should be less violent?
Why do you
can't
think
Trump say that?
Why do you
Why
think
is your
Trump say
behavior
that? I feel like
contingent on Donald
I'm
Trump?
insane right now.
Why do you
is
think?
your
No, let me
behavior
ask a
contingent
question.
on Donald Trump?
Let me ask.
Kasparian pulling Trump's cockhead out of her throat to finally speak up. But Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, by the way, have just fully been on the right over the past year. So I don't know, like I'm not covering this shit, I guess. It's just, there was like a window of time where it was interesting because it felt like they were kind of, you know, dancing on the fence post about, you know, being bought out by the right. But now there's not really any ambiguity, so there's not much point in talking about it.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the opposing political party.
Destiny. Let me
You
just...
have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience, and because of the fact that you have a huge audience, you have a responsibility.
By the way, this is basically just the political violence equivalent of the redistricting debate, where there are well-meaning dipshits on the left who are like, no, we shouldn't participate in the destruction of the democratic process by gerrymandering. And it's like, an opposition to gerrymandering is meaningful only if everyone does it. If the other side is gleefully gerrymandering and you're the one boldly proclaiming that you won't do it, you're basically just admitting that you're open to attack, you know? Likewise, like what Anna Kasparian and everyone else here is essentially saying is, well, they want a world where only the right relentlessly escalates the violence. Like what they want a social environment where every single person on the right, from the president of the United States to just random dipshit social media acolytes, are non-stop calling for the temperature to be raised. Civil war, they've finally done it. Violence in the streets, blood in the streets, day of the non-stop, escalating all the time from the entire right. But, you know, we need to have like a serious conversation about it when anyone on the left not only engaged in it, refuses to condemn it from other people. Like it's not only like, well, you can't do it, you have to performatively disavow it. But we would never apply that standard in the other direction.
Online rhetoric.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't been broken. I actually care about the country and want to bring people together. You do the opposite. You represent the worst of us, Destiny. You're embarrassing.
You should tell Donald.
All right, let me ask Destiny a question.
Watch how easy this is.
No, hang on. Don't all shout at once, please.
If Donald Trump would have come out and say, hey, we should all be less violent, I have no problem saying
I have one question for you, Destiny.
Why can't conservatives do that? Why can't conservatives do that?
Destiny, I have a question for you. Why do you think in your campaign for everyone to dial down the temperature, why do you think that mocking the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk when she posts an image of her at the coffin side? Why?
He's such a fucking retard, dude. This is literally like, where is part of your campaign to promote peace in Europe? Do you think it's acceptable to make fun of Hitler shooting himself? Like, what the fuck? It's a non sequitur. No, it's actually not a non sequitur. Like, people like Charlie Kirk are the main propagators of this social problem. Like, they need to be treated with derision.
Do you think that constitutes turning down the temperature?
You can't turn down the temperature on your own. The president of the United States is not able.
You're mocking his widow. You're mocking his widow.
We've had multiple political
pissy fucking bitch baby pearl clutching. You're mocking his widow. We're not talking about political violence. We're talking about your feelings. Then mocking a widow has nothing to do with. We're not talking about like turning up or down the temperature. You just want to virtue signal for the sake of your conservative audience. Fucking Pierce Morgan, dude. Every time with the fucking coin flip.
Assassinations over the past year. What do you mean? It's turning up the temperature.
Why did you mock his widow?
Online?
Why did you mock his widow?
Because she's being used as a political weapon right now for conservatives to continue. What do you mean? Wow, she's literally doing.
Her husband just got murdered
on email. Yeah, she's.
Her husband got murdered 48 hours later. She's posting a video of her creepily stroking his dead hand, going, "The left will regret when they made an enemy of me." I'm gonna send out twice as many fundraising emails as Charlie Kirk ever could have. My cry will echo around the world like a battle cry. They put that in the email too. You see it? Chat, did she seriously do that? Yes! Yes! There was no private grieving. She doesn't give a fuck. The nanosecond Charlie died, somebody walked up to her like the fucking ombudsman of Turning Point USA, and he was like, we could make probably around $700,000 more this quarter if you post a video of you stroking his hand. And then he handed her a camera.
Using it to drive up recruitment for
and you can't even condemn the murder. You won't condemn it.
Can't even tell his side.
You're
to
so
turn the
deranged about Trump that you cannot condemn the murder because you're waiting for Donald Trump to say something.
Off of it.
All right, let me bring in Jack. Let me bring in Jack Posobiec. I gotta say,
there's still no answer to that question, Piers. You can't say
which question?
Why can't Donald Trump simply go on TV and say we all need to turn it down?
Fine.
We were by the way, like, not having this conversation after the assassinations in Minnesota. Like, do you think Piers Morgan would have done this the other way around? Like, you would have had a rambunctious conservative on, and Piers Morgan would have been like, why won't you condemn? Of course not. Absolutely not. Like, it's such insane double standard that we're held to. We have to constantly be the better men than the world's most violent, immature, myopic, self-destructive children. Like, it's like you can't even push them off you while they're crawling up you trying to kill you.
Biden could, like Obama could, like the Clintons could, like Kamala could. Why not?
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
It's unbelievable. I'm not the president of the United States.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Unbelievable to me.
Why can't you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because it wasn't my side that caused it. It should be the one that is driving up the rhetoric. It actually
was your side.
Really, really robust conversation happening here. You can really tell Piers Morgan's super duper interested in, like, exploring these ideas.
That caused it. It was your side.
This guy was raised in a white Christian household.
He was a radicalized leftist ideology.
He wasn't radicalized by leftism at all. You have no proof of that whatsoever.
That's what the investigators are saying.
Was a conservative.
Piers Morgan, super duper skeptic, you know, always on top of the criticisms, always out there looking for the other angle. Republican says, yeah, he was a leftist ideologue. He shrugs and goes, okay, I believe it. None of the evidence that's been put forward so far indicates that at all. We have leaked Discord messages from Tyler Robinson's conversations with roommates and with his partner, and none of them indicate some kind of like hardcore partisan bent. There's literally no evidence at that point. He woke up one morning and he, you know, crying Jesse Pinkman, me when I have to shoot the leader of TPUSA because I'm bored. Like, that was his ideology, it seems. He probably had like a left-leaning bent in the sense that you will have a left-leaning bent in this country if you're not Hitler. If you aren't Hitler, like if you're a normal human being with normal human emotions, you'll have a left-leaning bent. You'll wake up and go, wow, these people are all like weird, and our president is a pedophile rapist, and it's weird that they want to hold a UFC fight in the White House lawn. It's weird how they want to destroy this country and don't care about the law. But I don't think that's like ideological radicalization. I just think normal people are, in this context, left-leaning, you know? Much in the same way, like if you dropped a normal person into Nazi Germany, they would be like immediately branded as a trade unionist or a communist, and they'd be lynched.
Just like the people that firebombed Shapiro's house was a conservative, just like all the J6ers were conservatives, just like the Proud Boys were conservatives. Every single one of these people. Oh, it's Jack Posobiec, what, the author of Unhuman, another person that Charlie's supporting? Good one, dude.
Well, I'll give you one last chance, Destiny, to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Yes, you are acting like an unhuman.
Why can't I hear Donald Trump condemn violence?
Dude, is that Corpse Husband? He's putting on such an affect with his voice. I've heard him talk before. This is just how I talk normally. I'm like super disappointed in you right now, Steven.
So, all right, you won't condemn it. Okay, we've all heard.
That's insane.
We've all heard you repeatedly refuse to.
Is putting on that voice the reason why he looks like a deep sea anglerfish? Do you think? Do you think like the contortions he's subjecting his vocal cords to are the reason why every muscle in his face is being pulled downward?
You've heard Donald Trump refuse to condemn it too. But for some reason, the leftists on YouTube are a bigger deal. Unbelievable.
Yeah. What's incredible is you don't have the basic humanity to condemn it. You'd rather taunt his widow. I find that sickening. Jack Posobiec.
I find it sickening.
Again, like with the fucking pause for him. It always comes back to the fucking pearl clutching, like always with Piers. It's so fucking disgusting. Like Piers Morgan literally brands himself as this like edgy, roguish free speech warrior, but his actual engagement in these debates 50% of the time comes down to, why won't you give me a clip? Why won't you give me a clip? You should feel awful right now for not giving me a clip.
That when people are getting killed in the country, the president of the United States on Fox and Friends, when they're begging him, what do you say to your followers that want revenge? He says, I don't know, all the elections are rigged. It's the radical Democrats. That's insane to me. And then the fixation is, well, who on Twitter and YouTube isn't condemning the violence?
All right, Jack Posobiec.
You have a great example here of the type of cancer I'm talking about, where when you present direct information, they refuse, they obfuscate, they refute, they say it's not true, they lie. You could see from the bullet casings, you could see from postings, you could see from everything out there that it's very clear what happened here.
What the fuck are you talking about, you retard? What are you genuinely? What the fuck are you talking about? Well, you've had so long to prepare your opening statement.
This is the same people who supported President Trump almost getting assassinated twice last year, Cory Carpentore being assassinated
by conservatives.
Last year in a situation. Again, see, just lies. That's all they do. They talk over. They don't even let you give a chance to speak.
Wait, has he had Botox recently? Would that explain like the face and the vocal fry? Why is he doing that? He's not emoting at all. Is he trying to hold frame, or is it Botox? He's getting the Mar-a-Lago face.
And something needs to be done, Piers. Something absolutely needs to be done. This ideology should be shamed, humiliated, driven from the public discourse. I mean, you've got people who have completely dissociated with humanity because all they care about are clicks and YouTube streams.
I heard he got a BBL, but he tells people that it's real. He should stand up.
And likes. Go to the casket. Go to the gravesite. Go talk to the widow. You know, I don't even know how to discuss this with someone.
Because you're not discussing at all. You're not having a conversation. You're not saying anything right now. You're not making an argument or a point. You just listed all. How do you have this much time to prepare an opening statement? You flub it this badly. Pointed out that the guy who tried to murk Trump was a conservative, and he's like, yeah, another lie, and then just moves past it. Not a very compelling speaker. I can see why this guy sticks to Twitter.
Someone who's completely lost all touch with reality.
Yeah, I mean, Anna...
What's Jack's answer to why can't the president say, we should all be less violent?
Right. Because you can't even condemn the cold-blooded execution of Charlie Kirk.
Donald Trump turns on Destiny.
I don't think you're in the position to demand anything from anybody.
On YouTube. That's how I'm going to take my.
You're not in any position to condemn anybody for anything. You won't condemn a cold-blooded murder.
He's the president of the United States. He's the president of the United States. No one here can answer that question.
Basic humanity says the murder.
Basic humanity.
Why can't you say it?
To be less violent.
Why can't you say it, Destiny?
For over a decade.
To say the murder was horrific and unacceptable.
I'm telling you, man. I said this yesterday. I said this with the behavior of the bitch AG Pam Bondi, that this is a rhetorical poison for the right. The right doesn't care about being right. The right cares about feeling like cool and edgy. You're basically trying to pitch cancel culture to them in the other direction. The right has always loved being the cancelers, but like, this is really fucking overt. This is like bitch baby shit, you know? You can't go for a straight decade of being the like edgy, you know, ne'er-do-wells who are always willing to take the point further and fuck your feelings and I'll tell you what's right. Don't you try to cry over me. Don't you tell me that you're offended by what I'm saying. And then like on a fucking dime, instantly, whoop, oh no, actually we're all like, Destiny, we're not mad at you. We're disappointed. Stephen, we're very upset with the tone you're taking right now. And I think that you've failed to consider the ways in which your words and actions reflect on those around you. Please, take a moment to relax. Think about it. May God save your soul.
Trump, say it.
You can't do it,
can you? Hear any words for Donald Trump?
All right, Anna Kasperin.
Donald Trump. Nothing exactly.
Anna Kasperin. This, to me, this is what I'm talking about, that I think there is an element of the left, the hard woke left, that have completely lost their minds. If you are not able to just outright simply...
Known extremely woke, far left leftist, Destiny.
Condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk, and if you cannot stop yourself from mocking his grieving widow, you are sick, as I've just seen from Destiny. It's a sick
thing
mindset.
is weaponizing a
Again, also, this shit just doesn't work with the broader population, man. There are some hardcore, dedicated conservatives who will spend the rest of their lives pretending that they personally loved Charlie Kirk, you know? In reality, it's like Rush Limbaugh. These people don't actually care. Their parasitic ideology just demands loud voices, megaphones, to you know, rebroadcast it. You know, there's not actually that much of a personal attachment. The only one they're really personally attached to is Trump. That's the one guy. Apart from that, these are all interchangeable mouthpieces meant to be architects of a ruined world. Like that's their responsibility. For the majority of conservatives, though, I don't think they're going to be able to maintain that kayfabe of like performative hurt. You know, you want to cry about it forever. Like conservatives are so allergic to this kind of behavior that even after Trump was nearly assassinated, well wishes for him were outweighed 10 times to 1 by we're gonna get revenge on them for doing this. Like, even right after they went after Trump, and by they I mean one like random retarded, you know, slack-jawed Republican kid, they were still more interested in being, you know, strong and cool and violent. This just doesn't work for a lot of them.
There's grief to try to do recruitment for your political party. That's probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. She's showing up in emails for recruitment drives for TPUSA.
Destiny? What did you think the assassination of a political figure would do? What did you think the outcome was going to be?
I will admit, like, the behavior of Kirk's wife was so ghoulish it surprised even me. Like, it absolutely insane. Body barely cold, and she's posting aura farming videos like it's the trailer sting at the end of a Marvel movie about how, like, Turning Point USA 2, the pointing is coming back and there's nothing you can do to stop it. That's insane. Can you imagine if that happened with any other, like, like fucking MLK Jr. dies and his wife the next day is doing press conferences in front of the Capitol building where she's screaming about civil rights to Electric Boogaloo, and it's going to be more civil and more right than ever before? I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I feel like normally you take a while to grieve, and you don't have new merch lines out within 48 hours. But again, all of this is a grift to these people. None of them believe in anything. So they probably accurately identified the fact that in 3 weeks, unless they properly stoke the flames, no one would care anymore.
What did you think the outcome was? And by the way,
are you asking me for the pragmatic political outcome, or are you asking me for...
Hey, how about take it easy on the Adderall? Take it easy on the Adderall, and let me answer the question that Pierce asked me.
You must have been really bullied today, I guess.
Let Anna speak, please.
My behavior is not reliant on how anyone else behaves. Every morning I wake up and I make decisions about how I choose to react or respond to things. I don't wake up in the morning, check what Donald Trump...
Attica Sperrian is quite possibly, of every living person on Earth, the least in control of the way she reacts to outside stimuli. We're talking about a person who did maybe the most public and most transparent "people were mean to me on Twitter and that's why I'm leaving the left" grift in a decade.
Trump has to say, and then base my own personal behavior on his behavior. I agree with you in that it would be very helpful to have the leader of this country want to turn the temperature down. And he hasn't done that. I agree with you on that. But that doesn't change the way I choose to respond to what's going on. The idea of mocking a woman who is now a widow with 2 young children who witnessed her husband get shot in the neck and bleed out to death. How could you mock that?
Wasn't she not even in the crowd? A bunch of people were pretending that Charlie Kirk's wife and kids were in the crowd, but weren't they, like, not? It was just a random, like, campaign rally. Not campaign, I guess.
With you. I just don't understand it. That's it. I don't understand it. I don't understand you, Destiny. You have so much hatred in your heart, and at the same time, you judge others.
If you're going to
hateful.
weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, well, then of course people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that
by the way, like, the mockery towards Kirk's wife happened only after she started posting weird fucking campaign fundraising videos off of his corpse, okay? If she had just, like, quietly mourned him for weeks, I think most people would have been hands off. I certainly wasn't thinking about her. She wasn't really like a public persona the way that he was. Like, if she was just like, oh, okay, you know, like, he was fucking evil, but, you know, I don't really gain anything. I don't get anything from attacking her. And then she decided to go, oh, you didn't like my Hitler husband? Here's Hitler too. Which is kind of on her, you know? I don't know. Feel like she's the one who did it.
Is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
Let me understand. Let me understand your argument. So since others are using her grief to politically...
No, she did. What? Are you fucking stupid? She did. She put the videos out. She's doing the thing. What do you mean?
...recruit, you think that it's okay to mock her specifically?
Since others are using her grief, she's the one who gave a 17-minute speech on TV where she talked about good versus evil. She's the one showing up in TPUSA ads to 1 or 2 days after.
If someone assassinated my husband, if someone...
It's the easy... You can tell who's grifting so fucking easily. Anna Kasparian, like, she knows what she's saying isn't true. She's just trying to get hooks here. So she tries it like, well, other people are using her to propagandize, so you get to go after her. And when Destiny points out, of course, that's a ridiculous point. Like, no, she's the one doing it. Anna Kasparian doesn't acknowledge it. She doesn't, like, work around that point. She just moves on to the next one. It's so identifiable, man. You deal with these people time and time again. It's why I don't do debates anymore. Because you're not actually having a conversation with a person. You're not actually, like, you don't have, like, a dialectical process where, like, two ideas clash and you have to, like, refine it. And when they make a bad point, they have to have, like, an element of their broader argument shaved off or refined. They're literally just, like, pitching every excuse in the book at you over and over and over and over and over again. And you can keep bouncing them off, but you're playing tennis with a wall, buddy. You're playing racquetball, you know? They will never, ever... There's no realization to be had here. Like, I think, in a good world, if she was a good faith actor, which she's not, Anna Kasparian would, for a second, pause here and go, oh my God, why the fuck did I just insinuate that only other people are propagandizing off of Charlie Kirk's death? Why did I just suggest that she wasn't the one doing it? She's obviously one of the people doing it. She's appearing in these videos. She's making speeches. Why did I make that point? Why did I say something so obviously, provably false? But she'll never do that. Nobody will ever do that. There's no point.
Assassinated my husband, I would not be able to have the level of composure she had during that speech.
If somebody, I'm assuming Anna Kasparian loves her husband. I don't know the relationship. If somebody assassinated her husband, I have a feeling that 2 days later she would not be posting "Here's Hitler 2" videos to social media. She would not, like, be immediately working with a comms team to optimize the, like, donation rates that you get for your engagement. Like, she immediately got folded into the monetization structure. It was crazy how quickly they did it. No time to mourn at all. The mourning process for your fucking husband? Like, shouldn't that take a while? Pardon me, you know, listen, okay, pardon me for not being woke enough. I know people grieve in different ways. I just don't think that, like, grifting for a political organization to make people further right is, like, a innate part of the healing process. I don't think that's, like, I don't think that's necessarily the way it has to go down. I don't think therapists added a 6th stage of grief.
I would be out for blood. I understand why she's angry and why she said the things that she said. Okay, you need to understand what being a human is, what it's like to actually lose someone that you love, that you chose to spend your life with, that you chose to raise children with.
Fucking pathetic. Every one of them, it's the same argument. Even Pasobi, dude, it's fucking pathetic. Do you think the fat fascist, big fat papa... No, I'm mixing up Deep Fat Fried and Big Papa Fascist. Whatever the fuck this guy's name is. Do you think that he's going to do the same tone? Because this guy's, like, just an internet Nazi. Do you think he's also going to be like, listen, okay, I know I want the world to be a worse place, but I'm actually, like, super concerned about your humanity right now, Destiny?
Person who was violently and viciously assassinated like that.
Violently and viciously, as opposed to non-violent and humane assassinations. Violently, viciously, monstrously, aggressively, murderously assassinated.
And when something yeah, I know, yes, because you got bullied online. It's so funny. It's so funny that you just said you don't think about how other people act to define your behavior. Your entire political ideology now is somehow defined by the people that were mean to you on Twitter.
No,
if somebody cares about somebody who's grieving,
I understood
then you tell that
what
person,
the flaws on the left happened to be. The weakness in their arguments.
No,
it's not about the way I get treated.
You don't
I get treated like crap from both sides of the political aisle.
And have you do mass recruitment for our political party while everyone over here is calling for civil war. It's unhinged. When you've got people like Matt Walsh in the Daily Wire, the president of the United States calling for civil war.
We're talking to a guy who said he'd be okay with his own parents getting
Don't be too harsh, okay? We're talking about the rhetorical abilities of a person whose brain is being flooded with the hormones of a birthing person, okay? She's operating at a natural handicap. You can't hold it against her.
If they went to that Trump rally where that assassination attempt
and we're talking to a woman who went on and did the whole conservative media outlet with Tucker Carlson and Glenn Beck and had nothing bad to say whatsoever. I know where your bread is buttered. I know where you're making your money from.
I had awesome conversations. I don't regret it at all.
That's great.
I also had a conversation with Jack Posobiec on her take. It was awesome.
Yeah, I know.
That's what democracy is about. Having an exchange of ideas.
Comes out of his mouth.
She has too many bonus holes. Do you think that's why she got upset by Charlie Kirk's assassination? He had one too many.
Yeah, all right, let me bring in.
I don't agree with him on everything. everything, but at least we can have dialogue.
Anna, you're completely right, by the way. Anna is completely right.
Didn't it?
And the irony of Charlie Kirk is that he led the way in going in to debate with people who hated him, and he would try and have respectful dialogue.
Charlie Kirk beat up on college students.
Unlike you, Destiny.
Let's be
Let
real.
me bring Andrew Wilson in.
So do you.
Let me bring in Andrew Wilson.
So do you. You beat up on college students. You go on a college tour. You're going on a college tour right now to beat up on college students. What are you talking about, Destiny? That's what you're doing.
You can't come after Destiny for this, man. He argues with literally fucking everyone. He argued with Finkelstein, okay? The idea that he exclusively argues with college students so that he can make a mockery of people without media training is ridiculous. He fucking debates everyone.
Right this second is going on a college tour to go beat up on college students. By the way, can I just ask you a question?
I don't exclusively beat up on college.
Can you actually answer? Can you actually answer? Hang on, calm down. I just got one question.
Please go on Pierce Morgan. We need some good clips. Dog, I don't know what the fuck you're looking at right now that would make you think I would ever want to go on here. This is like watching. I'm like watching the Pain Olympics on stream, and somebody's like, "Have you tried dipping your balls into salicylic acid? Like, do you think that would feel good for you?" We'd get some really good content out of that. You know, I maybe you would. Maybe you would. You're going to have to imagine it.
I got one question for you, and I want you to actually answer it. Are you glad Charlie Kirk is dead?
No, I don't think anybody in this country should be dying to political violence. It's insane. The past 5 years in this country has been crazy. But the reality is, until conservatives,
so then why did you say to your co-host that Trump deserved a bullet? Why did you tell him that?
Until conservatives have to say, hey, we all need to be less violent, there's no purpose in Democrats doing it, because every time Democrats disavow, you further entrench your guys' delusional beliefs that all the violence is coming.
This looks annoying as fuck for Destiny. Not to like optics frog or whatever the fuck. I actually think shit like this is good because it's really, really, really important to draw more and more attention to the fact that the right is now cancel culture. Unfortunately, it does not matter how powerful you are. It doesn't matter how committed you are. It doesn't matter how fascist or authoritarian you are. What is popular and what is doctrinal now will not be forever. That's human nature. That's the cycle, okay? And much in the same way that there was a big cultural backlash to a decade-long period of like corporatized PC behavior, right? Like, you know, here's your pronoun classes in corporate or whatever. Like, this shit is untenable, okay? 16-year-old boys are not going to go online and be like amped up about the fact that the attorney general is calling for them to be arrested because they're making edgy jokes. Like, it just does not work, okay? I think it's great that attention's being drawn to this. The right, the right as like a broader political movement is very, very, very fractious and polarized outside of their ability to be unified by a person like Trump. But the right punditry are, to a man, massive bitches the moment it's expedient. They will oscillate between fuck your feelings and my feelings should be, you know, preciously guarded like a injured bird on a dime, moment's notice. And I think you have to draw attention to that so they can't hide behind the fuck your feelings thing every time it comes around. Because eventually, probably not long from now, one of their guys is going to get one of our guys again. Just like it happened in Minnesota. Maybe higher profile, maybe lower profile. And every single fucking thing these people have said now is going to come back to haunt them, okay? The crows are going to come home to roost. You reap and you sow. All of these people who have been performatively crying, it's going to inflame. Listen, I'm not saying that they're going to admit they're wrong. I'm saying that there is a mass of people in this country, 100 million strong, who are watching the right get more brazenly hypocritical every single day, and it's making them very angry. That's the reason why the liberal response on social media to Charlie Kirk's assassination has been so blasé. Because it's not just because of Charlie Kirk. It's because every single person who pays attention to conservative politics in this country is aware of the fact that they are all liars. All of them. They have no real beliefs. They will shamelessly pearl clutch when it happens to them, and then they will work to make it happen to us. And when it happens to us, they will mock and laugh and fake disavow and pretend they had nothing to do with it. And inevitably, it all builds. The rubber band keeps getting pulled. And eventually, enough people for a long enough period of time are going to be sick of these people, and they will never be taken seriously again. Or at least not by enough people for it to matter.
on the left. Donald Trump can go on TV. He can say, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. They can go on Parler and say, we heard you. They can go to the Capitol and break in and try to insurrect. They can get convicted in front of a jury, and then Donald Trump can pardon them, and we can come out and go, hey, guys, why aren't Democrats disavowing violence? And pretend that the problem is coming from the left. Democrats do a disservice to this country by disavowing violence constantly when the president of the United States...
I wish state violence was part of the convo about political violence. So the problem with that is that legitimately conservatives are beneath that topic. They're too low IQ for it. Like, literally, if you try to talk to a conservative mind about the way in which state-enforced violence is also political, they will shut down. They actually don't. They can't engage with it. You might as well try to explain it to a 5-year-old. They can't engage.
Let me respond quickly. Destiny. So the thing is, why did you say to your co-host that the bullet was...
None of them want to talk about ideas. All of them just want to talk about Destiny. Everyone's just here for their 5 minutes of getting a clip on Destiny. Not a single one of them actually wants to discuss the broader ideas here.
Trump, why did you say to your co-host that the best place for the bullet was Trump? Why did you say that?
Why did Donald Trump call it?
It's a whataboutism. Whataboutism. I'm asking you a question.
Whataboutism.
I can't be a whataboutism if it's my question, Destiny.
Why won't...
That is the time you would do whataboutism, is with your question. That's like that's how you do whataboutism. That's the primary. Okay.
Donald Trump
answer the question.
Right, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this before I cut mics?
Easy question. Because you don't care.
Destiny,
you don't care that Kirk's dead.
Destiny, allow Andrew to repeat his question and let him ask the question, then you answer it, okay? Andrew.
It's so cool how all of these people need Piers Morgan as a handicap when debating Destiny. Like Piers Morgan needs to keep stepping in and going, okay, please let them finish their point, please.
Now I want to hear the other side first.
Let him ask the question.
Donald Trump.
Let him ask the question, Destiny, and then you answer it. Andrew.
Destiny told his co-host when asked point blank if he wanted the bullet to kill Trump, that the worst thing that could have happened was the bullet missing. He said this to Pisco. I watched it. Okay. This guy's an obfuscation machine. And if you know what else?
How is that obfuscation? If anything, that's like a super direct statement. That's the opposite of obfuscation. That's really straightforward.
Why should we believe you? I think you are glad Kirk is dead. And all of your tweets seem to prove that. And you would have been happy if Trump was assassinated. You've made that very clear. So why not just be truthful for once in your fucking life and say the truth, that you don't care that Kirk is dead, and you're actually probably glad he is. Isn't that really what's true?
I don't want anybody in this country to die to political violence. I don't think in the United States of America that should be happening. I don't know why it's so hard for the president to say the same. I think it'd be the easiest thing in the world as a president. Biden did it for 4 years. That's why everything was way cooler when he was here. Like,
projection? It's 100% projection, because every person here except for Destiny, like, personally enjoys death. For their political enemies. Like, I've made this point, and you know, the right will always say it's a dog whistle because they're like not capable of understanding this, you know. Charlie Kirk was evil, and his not being alive anymore, he can no longer spread evil. And I think that him no longer spreading evil is great. But I do not like vigilantism as a system of meting out those responses cosmically, you know? Like, I do not... Look, if you want to accuse me of supporting political violence, I still think Merrick Garland should have fucking annihilated the entire right after January 6th. That's political violence. So was January 6th. They're both political. I don't think it's any less violent because you're doing it through, like, marshals and warrants and stuff. You're just doing it in a more legalistic way, but you're still doing political violence. If you want to accuse me, that's far fucking more devastating to the right as a political institution than anything that could have happened just to Charlie Kirk. I don't like vigilantism. It's insane. It's dangerous. This country is getting worse every day, and the right is there turning up the temperature constantly. The right's, it's like the right's like turning a microwave on, and every time a red-colored popcorn kernel pops, they're like, "Oh, how could the left do this?" And then every time a blue-colored popcorn kernel pops, they're like, "Yes, yes, yes, we disavow." Like, buddy, you're the one with your finger on the button.
Of temperature, the Clintons have no problem saying it. Barack Obama has no problem saying it. Kamala Harris has come out and said it. Every Democratic lawmaker and leader has basically come out and said it. But for some reason on the Republican side, it's just civil war, civil war, civil war. And the Republican president of the United States, who has presided over more violence politically in this country, more large protests than any president in all of U.S. history, for some reason can't bring himself to say, all of us need to calm down. And
so did Trump deserve the bullet?
Love to say it.
Did Trump deserve the bullet?
This is all you
No interest in discussing ideas. Small brain. Who was the person who said, like, small minds discuss people, medium minds discuss events, whatever? No interest in discussing ideas. Everyone here is just getting their opportunity to ask Destiny, like, hey, well, you know, I think you're bad, so why don't you, like, condemn it? Lay open the cloisters of your heart, Destiny. I'm really interested in you particularly, and not, like, the broader conversation we're having.
care about are the political hit jobs.
Just answer the question, bro. Did Trump deserve the bullet?
Did Donald Trump...
Isn't this the guy who couldn't open the jar? Yes! This is the guy who couldn't open the jar. Thank you. And they say he's still compensating.
Deserve the violence on his side ever. Did Donald Trump
answer the question? Did Trump deserve the bullet?
You can't answer the question. We're here to play.
No, bro. It's my turn to ask the question. It's your turn to answer.
It's YouTube video clips.
Deserve the bullet?
Did Trump disavow violence in this country ever?
Did he deserve the bullet? Yes, he's disavowed violence. But again, I just did. Now your turn. Now your turn. It's your turn.
Did Donald Trump?
Did Trump deserve the bullet?
I never said that. No, I never said that. No.
Okay, except you did to your co-host.
No, I didn't. Oh, wait. When did Donald Trump?
I didn't see shit.
Wait. When did Donald Trump disavow violence in this country?
Your co-host, you lying sack of shit. If he wanted to kill Trump, the worst thing that could have happened was the bullet missing. That's what you said.
This is, yeah. And this is where, when you're putting YouTubers and tweeters.
I don't understand what the point is of having a Piers Morgan debate panel with Destiny on it, when every single person here, if they wanted to just get a clip out of Destiny, could just talk to Destiny on Destiny's stream. Like, this is a 4v1, and everyone's just lining up for their opportunity to effectively do what they could have done by emailing him and setting up a conversation 2 days later. You know, what's the point? Like, aren't we? It's a panel. Like, what the fuck is the point? It's a panel to talk about a topic.
The same level as the president of the United States. This is why conservatives are absolutely brain broken when it comes to violence in this country. And that's why it'll continue.
But Destiny,
there'll be more deaths. Maybe it'll be me at the next one. Who knows? There'll be
Destiny.
You guys are all going to turn around and be like,
Piers Morgan stepping in to bail out his limp-wristed boy.
Believe it.
Destiny,
what's going on? What's happening here?
Okay, Destiny, if you care so much about political violence in America, why don't you lead the way yourself without mentioning anybody else? Why don't you, Destiny, right now just outright condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because we've been doing that for a decade. One side can't turn down the temperature.
You can't do it.
One side can't turn down the temperature. If Donald Trump can't, then the left shouldn't until he does.
Got it.
Republicans
you don't want to
need accountability for their actions. They need some responsibility for the insanity.
He had it coming,
even though you take none yourself. Let me bring in Jack Posobiec.
We absolutely, Democrats,
right, that's enough, Destiny. I'll bring in Jack Posobiec.
Yeah,
Jack.
Okay, a genuine question. Of the 4 people here, has one of them ever discussed an idea? I'm actually, it's insane. Keep in mind, you would think that the point of this panel is like, let's interrogate Destiny on his personal positions. Destiny only came in halfway through the panel. The panel was supposed to be about the assassination broadly, but as soon as Destiny came on, everyone's willingness to talk about broader ideas shut down. I bet you they were willing to do it with Cornel West. The moment Destiny comes on, they're like, hold on, we don't want to discuss ideas with this guy. That sounds dangerous, you know? Let's all pretend we're really offended.
It's both sides it.
Jack.
Yeah.
What is your response to this?
Well, I personally think that he's desold, basically. I think that he's personally desold, and it's like really bad. I took a look at everything in this conversation. I listened to the words that he was saying, and I don't think that he's like a person like me and you.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, this type of ideology where you've got someone who's willing to mock Erica, who's been standing strong for her family, for her children.
Pearl clutch.
She will never be able to grow old with Charlie. She will never be able to be with them again, have more
them. You know something we don't?
Children, to have grandchildren, to have those memories, to raise them. It's all gone. Every single moment of that future that they had was gone because someone fired a bullet at Charlie Kirk that said, "Hey, fascist, catch."
Just never forget that these are the people who are still talking about George Floyd. Like, God, I can't believe this is what I mean, man. The 16-year-olds who are going to be tomorrow's like political canvassers are not going to not going to resonate with this shit, man. It's fucking pathetic.
And now you have people celebrating it. And when you ask people
That's
about
not even
it,
the
they
bullet
say,
that was fired.
oh,
How are you lying about this?
Shut
even?
up, Destiny.
Holy
Shut
shit.
up.
You're so shady. Dude. Oh my God. You're not even inside the right bullet. You're such a disgusting piece of shit.
Yeah, anyway, I just think it's sickening, and I've always been really taken aback by any— Shut up! Shut up!
Shit. Holy fuck.
What a pedantic point. What a
are we
It's
even
not
gonna do
pedantic.
this?
The guy's a fucking professional
It's total
liar.
pedantry.
It's
Total pedantry. Total
This guy
pedantry.
probably
I
I would like to let
Jesus.
Jack. I would like to let Jack finish his point.
Really, Pierce Morgan? That's what a strange departure for you. You want someone other than Destiny to have the floor cleared for them. Gotcha.
Please.
Yeah,
and they'll claim there's no leftist connection. They'll claim there's no there, and then go so far as to lie and say there's some kind of Christian conservative connection when you could see the writing on the bullet casings. And so, you know, these are very common symbols associated, whatever. The point is, right, it should be very, very clear. Are we connected with our humanity or are we not? And some people are willing to do that. Anna's been willing to do that. We've done shows together. They've been fine.
Oh
They've been
my
good.
God.
Jousted. We've done the back and forth. Destin and I in the past have had shows together where before he kind of took this turn, and you think there are people who can just be willing to stand up for humanity.
You know, Jack, it reminds me a bit of the journey I've gone on, very different circumstances, but the Israel-Hamas war. The reason I asked everybody on the pro-Palestinian side for months after the war started, do you condemn what Hamas did, is I think it was very enlightening as to the humanity.
Oh yeah, dude, that's true. That was such a high IQ talking point. Thank you, Pierce Morgan. You basically invented that. That's what I came up with the idea of asking people if they condemn Hamas, and it was like a really revealing talking point. It really got to the depth of the issue. It wasn't a fucking waste of time at all.
Of the person by how they responded. If their immediate response was, of course I do, the mass murder of civilians on October the 7th was a horrendous atrocity, then we can move on to an intellectually honest debate.
I can't believe they're legit woke scolding right now. Yeah, remember, woke scolding has always been an affect, not an actual political position. There's nothing innately that makes the left more scoldy, and there's nothing that prevents the right from doing it. It's always just been a shift in who has power and how they use that power.
If they refuse to condemn what Hamas did, it's a completely different debate. And similarly, right now, I feel if you can't condemn a lot of what the IDF are doing, frankly, it's my opinion, in Gaza, then the same thing. If you're unequivocally it's all fine with 20,000 plus kids being killed, then I've got a problem with that too. But I do think you've got to try and maintain in all of these debates.
I think Destiny could reasonably argue that Charlie Kirk was a Hamas insurgent who was surgically taken out by precise IDF strikes, the most moral army in the world. I think you could run that line. He might have to.
A modicum of humanity about people who are actually being killed. And what is terrifying about the mindset of a lot of people on the woke left have seen since Charlie Kirk's death is the brazen glee that they're taking to his murder. And then when I see even Destiny, who's a very well-followed person on the internet, well-known, when Destiny, frankly, if you can't bring yourself just to say the murder was horrific and should never have happened, it's a very simple sentence. It's just basic humanity. It really makes me despair for where...
I do appreciate Pierce Morgan just explicitly pointing out and reaffirming and basically confirming the fact that do you condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk is just the new do you condemn Hamas, a low IQ virtue signal bait designed to distract conversation and not actually answer anything, like a performative waste of time before we talk about anything meaningful.
Everything is going because it's indicative of the mindset of I can't give an inch to my political opponents, therefore I lose my humanity. How can that be right?
Because you can't give an inch to political opponents that won't recognize or acknowledge anything they've done is wrong. It's all it's done is gotten us here. This is where we're at because of that exact mindset. Will any of the conservatives here acknowledge the conservative that murdered Melissa Hortman and her husband and shot the other senator in Minnesota?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just about all political violence.
That it was a conservative shooter?
I don't know the details on that particular case. If I
Oh my God. Incredible. Even this isn't like equivocal, right? Because the right has no issues with disavowing performatively while giving you like a, you know, a fucking grin. They are comfortable lying about this. It is a fact that when the former Minnesota head of legislature was assassinated, it is a fact that the right was gleeful about it, or at the very least dismissive, and the left in no way responded to this with a turning up of violence. Even like the woke, edgy leftists were not responding to the Hortman assassination with like, oh, we're going to go out there and get them this time. It was more despair at the fact that it seemed like we were entering a new era of open political assassination, you know? There's just no comparing to the gleeful, malevolent bloodlust of the right. It's just not replicable. It's the same reason why every time a shooter you'd think would end up being left-leaning, like a shooter or a violent person targets a conservative or Trump even, it turns out they're also Republican. Conservatism is just a violent ideology. They want blood, and their media apparatus, their politicians, they all reaffirm that.
It did, and it turned out that it was it turned out it was the case. Of course, I would say that such violence should be disavowed. Thing is, you can't hold your entire moral standard based on what you think Trump is doing or not doing. What does that have to do with you, Destiny? It has nothing to do with you. You can easily just say, you can lead by example and say, let's all tone down the violence.
You can't lead by example.
That's what you
I'm not
want,
the president
right?
of the United States. That's what Democrats have been doing.
Wait, you can't lead by example because you're not the president? That's the stupidest thing I've heard today.
If one side wants to fight, and the other
This is what they want, man. They want to browbeat you forever. You must always be the ones to lay down your weapons. You must always be the ones to show weakness. It doesn't matter how violent they are. All of their media, all their politicians raise their guns, civil war, escalate constantly, call for blood, call for violence. They're always going to turn up the temperature. But then they point at you and they're like, well, okay, so you think you're better than us? Why don't you turn down the temperature then? Lay down your guns, see how that goes. You know, it is insane, and I'm glad that Destiny's pushing back against it, or I guess like attention is being drawn to the hypocrisy here. I'm glad that more and more liberals, not just lefties, but liberals see what the right is doing and understand that like the end game here is mass death. Republicans, like the Republicans in charge, are doing this largely for the grift, but the political project that is being built, the inertia that is being contributed to, the direction the train is moving in is towards camps. That is the only logical conclusion of the political path the right has taken. There is no way to square that circle otherwise. There is no moderate off-ramp. There is no turn here where things turn into like a mildly repressive civic nationalist country or whatever. We know exactly what they want. We know exactly what they're doing. The fact that the people in power now are grifting doesn't mean the people who are next in power aren't going to take it more seriously. And the fact that they're grifting doesn't mean they can't do enormous harm. Plenty of genuinely violent despotic leaders like Pinochet were also in many ways grifters. Hitler was in many ways a grifter. The sincerity and the harm caused are not like concurrent forces.
Side doesn't, then you're going to fight. One side can't decide not to fight, but the other side
makes no sense. What does that have
what do
to
you
do
mean
with
it makes no
you
sense?
Can,
if
you
some
can
guy
easily,
comes up to you to fight,
can easily
and the
just
other
say it
side
now,
says,
Destiny.
I don't want to, you don't really have the choice there.
Lead by example, then. Lead by example.
You can't lead by example. That's called dying.
You can.
Actually, I actually thought. Let me jump in
because you're actually happy.
Let me jump in here.
Let me guess. You're going to jump in and give weight to this guy's arguments.
I actually felt that Anna hit the nail on the head here, which is she did not need to wait for Donald Trump to comment on this to make her own mind up about what had happened. That is intellectual honesty, right? Yes, it may have been somebody that she totally disagreed with on many issues. The simple, humane thing to do with any event like this is to ask yourself, how do I personally feel about it? Not what does Donald Trump think about it, or what does Joe Biden...
What? Oh, no, you don't get it. For like high-profile political events, this is the best possible time to introspect. You shouldn't be asking stupid questions like, what does the ruling party of the United States feel like? How do they feel about this? What are they doing about it? Now, who cares what the president, the mainstream media, and all three branches of the federal government are doing, acting, saying, etc.? What we need to be asking ourselves is, how bad do you feel about Hitler dying? How much does that make you sad? Did you know he was a vegetarian?
Think about it, or what does Timbuktu think about it? It's what do I?
Timbuktu is a place, you fucking retard. Keep our cities out of your goddamn mouth, you Britbonger shit.
Personally feel about this. It didn't take me very long, Destiny, to understand that I felt repulsed by the execution of somebody in cold blood with his wife and 2 young children there watching. It's a human reaction. I don't need to know what Donald Trump thinks about it.
You're there.
At all. I don't understand why you need to wait for him.
This is like insane. This is like the ultimate. This is like the final fucking argument. This is like the one at the end of the road, right? Nothing matters except what we tell you you should feel. You can ignore all empirical reality. It does not matter.
Before your own humanity
I don't need to wait
in.
for anybody. No, you're not asking how we feel about it. You're asking what the public statements should be.
Why are they concerned with what Destiny thinks about it? They're not. They're liars. What they're concerned about is him normalizing mockery of Hitler. They don't like it. They don't like the fact that he's contributing to the mockery of a person who deserves mockery. But rather than argue with him on the merits of that position, which they would spectacularly lose on, they're instead going to pretend they're all really concerned about the state of his soul. That's it. It's dishonest, and they're all playing exactly the same game. Almost like they agreed upon it beforehand. I don't really think they did, though. I just think conservatives will do anything to avoid an argument, and this is just the easiest way to get out of it. They probably just copied each other, you know? I doubt any of them really has a plan.
The public statements should be the president of the United States.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No,
You're
I'm
asking
not.
me for a public statement
I'm
right
asking,
now.
where is your humanity? You
With
can't
your
just
heart,
say
your soul,
the
you're
murder
beating
was
soul,
humanity.
Stephen.
You guys are
Your
playing
heart.
into this exact
Your
thing, and you probably know
heart.
it. I think Cornell was right about this. You know where your bread is buttered as well. You guys play into this. It's insane to me that the president of the United States can't say, hey, all of us need to be less violent. We all need to calm the fuck down. That the president of the United States can't say this, but you will endlessly scour Twitter and YouTube for leftists to bring on and say, don't you guys disavow the violence? It's absolutely absurd to me.
You know, Cornel West should have stayed in his seat. We were debating free speech, actually, and whether
You were debating ideas? I wonder what that's like. Sorry, I came in here after Destiny joined. I thought this was a fucking personal intervention for him. I thought we were all sitting in chairs around a fireplace in a community rec room or something.
Debating free speech.
And whether, well, let me finish. And whether the overuse of words like Hitler, Nazis, and fascists.
I would never do that, by the way.
Actually empowering deranged young minds to think they were battling actual new Hitler, Nazis, and fascists. And actually, when Andrew pointed out to Cornell,
like, look, it's so not. They're so transparently dishonest when they say it's about Destiny's heart and soul. They want you to whitewash Charlie Kirk. They don't want you to mock him. They don't want you to think ill of him. People have been fired from their jobs for quoting Charlie Kirk. Somebody was fired from the fucking military. They were discharged. All they posted was a quote of Charlie Kirk's. That's where we're at. They want to whitewash him so badly, you can't even rely on his version of his legacy.
He had used the phrase neo-fascist about Trump. That's when Cornell decided he couldn't take part in the debate anymore, when he was reminded of something he had said. He didn't try and deny it. He just said, I don't want to have this debate, and left.
Piers, how long have you been in the United States, like following our politics?
Over 20 years I've lived and worked in America.
Okay, if you've lived and worked in America, I grew up as a conservative listening to Rush Limbaugh and to Glenn Beck and to Billy Cunningham and to Sean Hannity. You're going to sit here and pretend like Democrats are the ones that started the name calling? I heard them call Obama.
They will pretend that, yeah. This, like, again, you can't ask rhetorical questions with these fucking ghouls because they will pretend that. They will have grown up. They will have lived in America in like 2011, and they'll be like, yeah, Democrats were like basically just as bad as Republicans back then. Like, they do not give a fuck. They don't give a shit about reality.
The Clinton
I didn't say
socialists
that.
and communists.
When did I say
I've
that?
Heard them call, I'm just saying, why are we pretending that some people...
I'm saying, why did Cornel West...
household?
Why would Cornel West walk out on a debate when we're literally talking about the importance of speech? Makes no sense to me.
If speech is important, then the president should exercise it more cautiously.
So should you.
And Republicans have been... You can't stop
You've got millions of followers, and you think it's fine to show them you're mocking a widow.
You cannot choose for your opponent not to fight you.
Fine.
If Republicans won't turn down the rhetoric... Then fine, then who cares? Donald Trump shouldn't have used the rhetoric that led her to being killed.
2 days before she dies.
Cares that you mocked a grieving widow?
This is all. It's just virtue signaling. You guys are excited about it. You guys love it.
How is it? How is it that you said this guy can't possibly be a leftist?
It's exciting to you. It's insane to me.
Yeah.
No.
How is it that you said this guy can't be a leftist because he grew up in a white Christian household when you grew up in a white Christian household by your own admission just now, and you're a fucking
And he's not a leftist, so it all tracks.
leftist, Destiny? Can you
I'm
explain that
36
to me?
years old. This guy was 22 and he lived at home.
What does that have to do with anything?
Life.
What does that have to do with anything?
I had 20 years to separate myself from my parents' ideology.
People will watch this and then email me and ask why you don't do debates anymore, man. It's fucking crazy. I do not have the listen. This is not me like smugly wiping my hands of something I feel that I'm better than. I'll just freely admit Destiny is a far better character, way better suited for this. He can do this and I cannot. It's that simple. I'm not going to pretend. No, so I'm only interested in discussions of a caliber higher than that which Pierce Moore can provide. No, I would just have an aneurysm and die. I don't want to be in the mud. Yeah, I don't want to be in the mud.
I didn't live with them still. Jesus.
So 6 months, 1 year, 20 years? Why does it matter how long it took?
Vosh does look uncomfortable outside his room. Okay, listen, I'll accept that criticism normally, but not when I'm being implicitly compared to Destiny, okay? In that respect, live streamer solidarity. I do not want to hear that shit framed as though it's a comparative statement.
To separate, you just got to say it was impossible, and you yourself are a leftist who grew up in a Christian conservative household, dude. You're the worst hypocrite I've ever seen.
Hold on,
You're the
I'm
worst
sorry.
hypocrite.
You think that a 22-year-old has as much time to separate himself from the ideology that he grew up with as a 36-year-old?
Didn't say
yeah,
it.
you just made
It's
the
a
comparison,
pedantic,
dipshit.
Pedantic.
It's not
Pedantic and fake. Fake and gay. Fake and gay.
Stupid point.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in.
Yeah.
Let me jump in. Let me ask Jack.
Asking Jack a question. Oh, are you going to like probe his opinions on something, or are you going to set him up for a question to Destiny?
Jack, you know the Kirk family well. You've been around the Kirk family, I think, since this is appalling murder has happened. When you hear Destiny saying, who cares about the fact...
Listen, okay, everyone. I think this conversation is centered a little bit too much over feelings, pearl clutching, and performative virtue signaling. Jack Posobiec, do you cry when you hear Destiny talk? As somebody who's known Charlie Kirk and his wife, will you cry after this? How bad does it make you feel? Mr. Posobiec, are you cutting at this moment? We can't see your wrists. How do you feel? Lay bare the contents of your soul.
That he openly, publicly mocked Erica Kirk.
Can you imagine conservatives talking this way? Okay, just imagine this tone of conversation being had even about Melissa Hordman. Like, even in a comparative situation, man. Imagine this happening about anyone. Imagine this happening about George Floyd. This would be so fucking insanely derided, like worthy of mockery to the right. They would not give a shit at all. This would be like laughable, it'd be comedy. Hey, as someone who has black friends, person who isn't Posobiec, how does it make you feel when the conservative that we have on this program says that he, quote, doesn't care or, quote, finds it funny that George Floyd died? It would be a joke to them. They do not give a shit.
A grieving widow within literally a day or two of her husband being murdered. How does that make you feel as a friend of the family?
Floyd was a fent dealer. Charlie Kirk could have been dealing fent at the university, and he would have done less damage to his audience than he was in real life.
It's
heartbreaking.
Angry,
it's heartbreaking.
Here's, and here's the thing is she's seeing all of it. She's going to see all of it. Her kids are going to watch this video one day.
That's sort of
the nature of reality now. They will.
This video specifically, they're like 5 or something. This video? Why would they do that?
Will see all of this and they will see the reaction. And I just hope that those of us who knew Charlie, worked with Charlie, who knew Charlie beyond the, TikToks and short videos can also be there for those kids as they grow up to let them know who their dad was.
And kids are going to grow up and watch old episodes of Piers Morgan uncensored. How performative is this? Is everybody here? Did we all get like a script before the show? What?
They watch a lot of old episodes of the
so embarrassing. You make the left look so bad, and you don't even realize it. You are seriously so embarrassing.
So again, like just everyone left of Destiny here. I mean that in terms of the orientation of the panel, not in terms of political positions. Looks like a giant bleeding pussy to me. All these people are acting like such fucking vaginas. I can't stand it. It's actually insufferable. It's not even about Charlie Kirk. Like, I would have so much more respect for them if they would just argue from the position they believe in, which is that Charlie Kirk was evil and they like evil. Like, okay, fucking talk about it, I guess. But like this shit, this is insufferable. Completely. Again, dozens of conversational pitches. Not one of them has been about an idea.
Embarrassing.
Okay, yeah.
God.
You can talk to your best friend.
You really
Glenn
are.
Beck about
I mean,
it
like,
later, you know, have
do you
another
feel
30-minute conversation about it, Anna. Yeah.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will talk to Glenn Beck about it. Oh, is that? Ooh, is that naughty? Is it
how
naughty?
many conversations have you had with Nick?
You
had more conversations with Nick than anyone.
So
Kasparian doing the like, oh, are you offended by me talking to Glenn Beck when she is very, very visibly offended by Charlie Kirk talking about Charlie Kirk right now? Or Destiny talking about Charlie Kirk right now?
Mean. Oh, no. Not the meanies on Twitter.
How many more lawsuits are you going to face from women that you allegedly secretly recorded during intimate moments, Destiny? I can't believe anyone takes you seriously.
Are you really?
You're
You want to
disgusting.
pull out Twitter?
You're embarrassing, and you should be shunned from public life with your disgusting treatment
She's
of
ulting?
all sorts of people, including young.
She's ulting? I'm familiar with this one. This is the one where when you lose the argument, you crank the big like lever next to you, which is like the allegations. It's a gigantic. It's like the two keys that you turn after flipping up the glass boxes. And then you hit the big red button labeled the allegations.
Left-wing girls, women
You're turning
that you
more
victimize
blonde
allegedly.
right now in the window. You're
yeah,
so
that's who
you're
you
like
are.
2 shades away from being
You're
a Fox News host,
embarrassing.
Anna.
You
Keep
embarrass the
going.
left.
You gotta,
You're the type of person who pushes people away from the left.
So close,
Make
Anna.
sure you understand that. You're embarrassing. There's no morality with you. There's no grounding
Absolutely
values.
not.
There's no
Of course
principles.
not, yeah.
All you want is attention, 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 attention. That's all you want.
Yeah, of course.
All
Well,
you
you and
want.
Jen talking about
Endless
how
attention.
9/11 was
Say
caused by the
disgusting,
Jews, and you have
provocative garbage.
Another friendly conversation with another.
Oh yeah, hasn't Kasparian been on like a weird dancing Israelis arc lately? Are they trying to do like are they doing like Candace Owens thing a little bit where they're like so anti-Israel, they're like, well, we're not with the left, so the best anti-Israel not the left audience is Nazis?
Yeah.
Mainstream conservative commented about how you're such a leftist, but those people on Twitter are so mean.
Having a debate or dialogue doesn't automatically mean that you agree with everything they have to say. It means you're coming
No, it's
together
when you sit down and you
you're
agree with
exchanging
everything they have to say.
ideas and
Then you agree with
debating
everything they
them.
have to say.
Holy shit, she actually has posted about the dancing Israelis. I'm old enough to remember the dancing Israelis who happen to be Mossad agents filming and celebrating as the planes hit the World Trade Towers. Fox News, of all people, covered it at the time. Oh my god. Remember when we spent like a year arguing whether or not they were grifting to the right? That's crazy. It's crazy how I've never been wrong when I point this out about somebody. It just keeps happening. Are there any leftists left? H-Bomb puts out like one good video a year, right? That's cool.
No, I don't agree with everything they have to say. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you do.
I don't
Of course
agree with
you do.
everything
What do you
they have
mean?
to say. But you know, I'm
When
an
you
adult.
sit down and all
I
of
can
your
sit down and
criticisms
have a
are for
mature
the
debate or
You and Hassan. Does Hassan think Israel did 9/11? Probably not.
And you have no disagreements about anything on the right? Yeah, that's called
I do
agreement.
have criticisms for the left. I have tons of criticisms for the right. Tons of criticisms. I'm obviously
they don't seem to come out
pro-choice,
much
for
when you're
instance.
talking to
I
your
obviously have a
conservative
huge
friends. Oh, the big
problem
guns, yeah.
with the unending, unmitigated support for Israel, regardless of the genocide they're engaging in. I have all sorts of disagreements with the right. That doesn't mean I'm going to dehumanize them and cheer on the slaughter of my fellow Americans because we have disagreements on politics. You're embarrassing.
I wish anybody here had the same energy for the president of the United States, but that's good. I'm glad you guys are focused where it really counts on Twitter and
Dude,
YouTube.
you have
Because the
like
conservatives want to be
TDS,
focused
like
on, you know?
you are like the prototype
TDS,
of TDS.
yeah, there it
it's
comes, yeah.
unbelievable.
The
You wake up
TDS,
every
yes.
morning and you decide your
Yes,
behavior is going to
true.
hinge on Trump.
How far do you need to fall to be a host of the Young Turks to whining about not making as much money as Hassan? Flash forward 2 years later, and you are accusing someone of having Trump derangement syndrome for saying that Trump should condemn political violence. That's crazy. What Hassan does to a motherfucker. Maybe Destiny is right. Maybe like Hassan is the worst thing to ever happen to online politics because he's oriented. He's like the fulcrum around which everything. Like he's shifted TYT to the right out of jealousy. Maybe he pushed Destiny to the right as well because of like their personal beef. I don't know. There was no Hassan. He could just be like an Insta model. I would have twice as many viewers, and and then I would grip to the right just to square that circle. Oh, you think I wouldn't too? Oh, in an instant. I'd do it through Ukraine too. You'd hate to see it. You'd hate to see it. I'd be like, no, I think NATO did it. And then a year later, I'd be talking about how Putin is the only one withholding the onslaught of Western degeneracy, keeping it West.
More about the dancing Israelis
and building 7 and how the Jews all knew about 9/11 and they all want us to go to war in the Middle East.
Yeah, of course. I never once said the Jews were behind 9/11. Not once. Don't make things up, you disgusting prick.
Let me bring in Jack again. Jack, Peter Navarro earlier was talking about directly to Elon Musk about, in his view, the urgent need for Elon Musk to detoxify X, given that he owns the platform, and that he blamed X for a lot of the toxicity in public discourse. What do you feel?
We need less toxicity, and we need to remove the blue check financing system to de-Indianify it a little bit. 90% of the far right accounts are Indian. We need to fix this shit, okay? You cannot make a living wage in America running a right-wing grift account. You can in India. We need to do something about this, okay? We're getting demographically replaced. Our right-wing pundits are getting demographically replaced, okay? And I as a pro-white leftist, I'm the only one speaking out about this.
About that.
Well, you know, I think there's obviously a tension between, you know, standing and wanting free dialogue and freedom of speech, but also maintaining a line beyond calling for violence and calling for direct violence or direct criminal activity. So
you've been bitching for an hour about Destiny making fun of Kirk and Kirk's wife. Like, this is not about incitement to violence or death threats. This is about fucking pearl clutching.
know, X in its original Twitter fashion, if you go all the way back to, 2012, 2010, when it was really getting going, they used to pretty much the main things that were banned or would get taken down or get accounts banned were posting of direct addresses of people, so doxing, or posting direct threats to violence. And so I think there needs to be that line set.
Well, no. Also, people used to be banned for being neo-Nazis. It's crazy to think about, but like nowadays on Twitter, you can just post the N slur, K slur, whatever. People are just open neo-Nazis, and they're everywhere, and there's no pushback. It used to be people got banned for that, which is crazy to think about today. But yeah, that did used to happen.
This is acceptable discourse. This is a back and forth, but the idea that a direct call for violence should be banned, I think that's something that I would support.
Andrew, what do you feel about the social media?
Yeah, that, by the way, even this would eliminate like 30% of the users of Twitter, because like overwhelmingly what you see from the left after Charlie Kirk is people being blasé about Charlie Kirk's death, you know, Hitler dead, etc. Right? But on like, look at the comment replies under any post by Ilhan Omar, okay? The right is fucking psychotic. They're like feral animals. It's insane. It's like any time the fucking eye of like right-wing scrutiny gets drawn to a left-leaning figure or a woman or a queer person or whatever, the number of like death and rape threats they get and people DMing them racial slurs and shit and gore and everything, it is unbelievable, and it vastly exceeds anything the left does. It's because the right is bloodthirsty. You could never make the left as bloodthirsty as the right. The right, ideologically, from the ground up, is built on in-groups and out-groups and the justifications of violence from one to the other, you know? The left is not. It's just not, fundamentally. A lot of people on the left, you know, they post about, like, eating landlords or whatever, but it's the most... If you think we should eat the landlords is an actual call to violence, your brain is completely cooked. If you think there's any actual... Who the fuck... What are we talking about here? You seriously think there's some kind of insurgent movement of these, like, anxiety-ridden, SSRI-taking college leftists to fucking go to their real estate manager's building in the city and cause do a shooting or whatever? This shit isn't happening. It's not real. It's fake. It's just performative internet bullshit. But the waves and waves of violence and targeting of minorities that you see on Twitter from the right are very real and seen in real life and reinforced in real life behavior. Checking my watch to see if the daily school shooting caused by a, white boy neo-Nazi has taken place yet, or if we have to wait till like later in the day.
Perspective of all this, do you think that it is culpable to a degree in the surging toxicity of debate about these things?
Look, social media is a tool. And what social media has done right now is it's allowed us to get a glimpse into a leftist ideology, finally. Yeah. And we get to see the insane madness that was always there. And the fact of the matter is that, you know, here on the panel right this second, you have a guy who celebrated a multitude of these types of things, including telling his co-host that basically Trump, the worst place that the assassin could have put the bullet was anywhere other than Trump. I mean, I got the clip of him doing it. And so the thing is like what we've noted now, these people are glad. They're glad. They're happy. They love it. I go on TikTok all the time and I debate with these people. It's very clear that leftists are glad that this happened.
I think the right pundits are as well, because these people believe in nothing and to them it's all a grift. And this is just another thing for them to get high view counts over. I think that, like, to a lot of these right-wing pundits, these fucking ghouls, like, some of them are maybe worried about their own safety, but I think overwhelmingly they're like, nothing really ever happens. I'm just here to make my fucking money, dog. Let's go. Let's get, like, we're gonna get, like, 21 million plus view videos out of this or something. And to them, it's just like, oh, yeah. Like, TPUSA and Charlie Kirk's wife, like, the nanosecond Charlie dies, TPUSA's money guy goes up to her and is like, yeah, we can, like, totally make bank off this. Let's go. Even though she's already a millionaire. It's crazy.
And that they're going to do everything they can to promote more of it. And we're supposed to base our behavior on what the president does or doesn't say. What, like, if I had Biden derangement syndrome, I couldn't still come out and condemn political violence? Of course I could. But the thing is
I'm just curious, anybody have any words for the fact that Charlie Kirk said that Biden should have been executed?
Leftists collectively can't seem to do that.
So I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of your polluted soul. You shouldn't have positions on things, Destiny. Steven, you should be concerned about, like, whether you're going to heaven. So, like, the fact that you're even mad about what a dead guy said, chill out, bro.
I don't know why they can't seem to do that.
No, that was fine when Charlie Kirk said that. Okay,
Anna, I want to mention something to you, which
completely no one's taken that bit. Just nope. That's not what this is about, man. This is an intervention. Quit trying to distract from this.
I'm going to talk to Cornel West
Charlie Kirk was a moderate. He was more moderate than a local electrician.
Yeah, nice pivot.
He was more moderate than a local electrician, and you know that.
He said he wanted to see Biden. He said he wanted to see Biden.
This is Nazi cope, by the way. Charlie Kirk was a Nazi. He was insanely far right. It's just that Nazi lolicon Strasserite, you know, posting Sonengrad, little dark age edit types like to pretend that he was just like the middle ground and now we're the solution or whatever. It's just another way of farming view counts for them. Oh, Charlie Kirk, a guy who believed everything that we believe except he supported Israel, is gone. Now it's time for us, guys who believe everything Charlie Kirk believed, but we're much less politically effective, much less rhetorically proficient, and we don't like Israel. But we're not going to do anything about it because that would alienate us from the broader right. So we're going to be quiet about that. Okay.
With the worst,
he
and
said
I
he wanted to see
Biden
executed. Okay, give me a fucking break.
That's not what he said.
About any of this
that's
stuff.
Not what he said. He said if you violate criminality and criminal laws, then that will be the case.
All right, I want to ask Anna.
There's not what's performative. What's performative?
Oh wait, so if I say, oh well, you know, I think that guy was a criminal, therefore the execution is okay. Somehow that makes everything fine with no investigation, no criminal charges.
Yeah, I think Charlie Kirk was a traitor to the United States. I think he aided and abetted rhetorically in January 6th, which was an insurrection. I think that effectively, like, he was a propagandist for an enemy line, comparable to like a Confederate propagandist. So yeah, actually, like, everything that happened after the fact was just sort of like, you know, divine law keeping.
The time that your political opponent should be in jail.
Yeah, he did bust people in for Jan 6, so he wasn't just like rhetorically in favor of Jan 6. He was also like there.
Highest extent of the law. You say it all the time. What are you talking about?
Sorry, no, that's Donald
saying
Trump.
the word performative doesn't mean anything.
The National Guard right now is putting bullshit investigations into every
that's just
political
performative.
I want to bring Anna back in.
I
want to bring Anna back in.
Performative.
Okay, I want to bring Anna back in because the president-elect of the Oxford Union, probably the most premier debating society in the world, I've done it several times myself, George Aberonye, reportedly posted he did post several comments in a WhatsApp group appearing to celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk. One said, Charlie Kirk got shot. Let's fucking go. Another one was, I think, LOL. This guy is going to be the president of the Oxford Union Debating Society, and yet he is celebrating the murder of some
Who fucking care? Oh my god! These whiny cancel culture woke skulled pearl clutching bitches. Let's run through every guy in the world. How do you feel about Twitter user Charlie Kirk hater underscore 420? Look what he said. It has 2 likes and 7 views. Jesus fucking Christ! It's insane. It is unbelievable how much culpability the right ignores and how much they place on the left. Like, the left is responsible for everything. Every Democratic politician is responsible for every annoying woke scold, every BuzzFeed article. Every left journalist is responsible for every left shit poster. But on the right, they're not even taking responsibility for the words of their own president, who they support. They'll vote for a guy, and that guy will promote political violence, and they'll be like, I don't know what that has to do with me. It's unbelievable.
But he literally debated himself in the Oxford Union in May. I found that terrifying.
Who cares?
I mean, he shouldn't still be in the job, because how can you possibly be the head of a debating
Cry
society
about it
when you think the way to debate with people is murder them if they don't agree with you? But again, the gleeful celebration. This is supposedly one of the brightest students in Britain. You know, president of the
I guess high IQ people really hated Charlie Kirk.
New Oxford
he can't
Union
be that
Debating
bright.
Society.
He can't be that bright if he's not considering what a political assassination could potentially lead to. Because where does this end? And that's like one of my biggest issues with a portion of the left. Their inability to see past the current moment, right? You're celebrating it, but what's the long-term goal here?
Destiny is literally talking about the importance of turning down the heat all across the country. That's the entire thing he's been trying to talk about for an hour that none of you are willing to engage with him in. That is the entire thing that he keeps trying to talk about, and none of you want to listen to it.
Is the long-term goal to just have to descend to an environment of endless political assassinations and violence? And if we're going to have the left go up against the right in terms of violence, in terms of bloodshed.
Oh my God, is she gonna do the like, who do you think would win? Millennial baristas with they, them pronouns, or the right? And it's like the PNW gorilla guy or whatever, murking his chicken with a 12 gauge, you know?
In terms of shootings, I don't know. I would just venture to say that the right is probably going to do a better job in, taking people out than the left is. This is just a really disgusting.
That's so great. That's such a canned line, dude. That's so fucking embarrassing for her to say. That's so embarrassing. In a conversation where Destiny keeps trying to talk about the importance of encouraging the president of the United States to turn down the political violence.
Ideology, and we need to move away from it. And again, I want to emphasize your personal behavior, the way you choose to behave and respond to things on a day-to-day basis has an impact. Okay,
unlike the president. The president's behavior has no impact on this.
Change you want to see in the world. So when you have a huge audience, and that audience of young people who look up to you, who feel inspired by you.
Also, Destiny is being the change you want to see in the world. Destiny is being a person who points out that the violence is coming from the right, the escalation in rhetoric is coming from the right, and that there's no point in taking this like performative, let's all tone down the violence talk seriously unless it's coming from the people actually committing it, you know? You might as well be demanding the fucking like students at an ongoing school shooting put down the fire extinguishers and chair legs they were about to defend themselves with, you know?
Hear you essentially minimize political violence or even make excuses for it or deflect by blaming Trump for everything. Well, you're essentially indoctrinating people to support and normalize political violence. We can't be doing that. I don't care how people behave on the right. That's not going to have an impact on how I personally choose to behave.
As opposed to the behavior of people on the left, which, sparked this entire political shift. Also, what an unbelievable thing to say. I don't care what the president of the United States of America does. That doesn't affect my behavior or positions at all. It should? Your positions and behavior are supposed to be, like, you are not an island. You are a being that relates to your environment. So when your environment changes, your positions, your beliefs are supposed to adjust alongside that information. So, for example, in an environment where the right is overwhelmingly responsible for turning up the political violence, it is reasonable to look at this dynamic and go, Maybe it's actually not useful to spend an hour browbeating a left-leaning YouTuber for refusing to condemn the violence while simultaneously ignoring its propagation from the entire other side of the aisle.
I want to be better than that. I want to preach dialogue. Okay, debate, have these...
The will kill you when it comes to it was pretty insane, too. Just right-wing grift shit. Right-wingers love to hear that shit, you know? The average right-winger, even the average rural right-winger, is useless, fat, and probably a domestic abuser. Like, the idea that they would be capable of mobilizing some kind of, like, tactical militia to overtake a city, you know, where all the things are made and the actual world revolves around, ridiculous. But they love to fantasize about it. There's nothing they love more than the idea that their, you know, tactical gear that they bought from the local gun shop would be able to, like, hold New York City. They love that shit.
Conversations. And, you know, Charlie Kirk, the last debate he and I had, you know, Destiny would like you to believe that I agree with the right on everything. I don't agree with the right on everything.
Defensive,
we debated
telling.
about whether or not you have to have children in order to care about the future of this country.
What?
So we have a debate, and it's fine. He has a right to his opinions. I have the right to mine. If you care about democracy, the democratic process is reliant on having these types of conversations and reliant on not resorting to violence because you're unable to articulate your arguments effectively against the other side. That's what I see this assassination as. Again, it was cowardice. It was disgusting. It was cold-blooded murder, and no one should be celebrating it, and no one should be mocking the family members of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, very well said. I just want to thank all the panel for joining me. Jack, I want to say to you, I can tell by your demeanour today how profoundly impacted you've been.
Oh, man. This country does not have a future, huh?
By your friend's murder.
God.
And I'm just very sorry to you as his friend
Shut up, Cooper.
that you've had to endure what must have been a hellish week. And
Actual ghouls.
I'd like to
Unreal.
send my very best to the family who I know you talked to. And I'm sorry for some of the things you've had to hear from Destiny.
It is super cool that literally nobody on Earth believes anything. At least not people who make money in media. It's cool, and they don't believe a single thing they say. All of it is performative. It's crazy. I don't know how society survives shit like that. Genuinely, I don't. I have no idea how the world can move. Like, I don't know how you make any forward progress in a world where people are like this.
This debate, but thank you for coming on despite what you've been going through. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Piers. I'll convey that to them.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you.
That was crazy. Cynical people exist in institutions. Dude, it's not comparable to what we see today. I'm sorry. This isn't about cynicism. We're like, the degree to which nobody believes in anything has been ramping up massively over the past couple of decades. Lord of the Nerds says, Destiny doesn't realize he's invited here as the representative of the lunatic fringe. Interesting. Destiny is clearly demonically possessed. True.
One side celebrates the murder of the other side, and it doesn't go in the opposite direction. Case in point.
Yeah, sure.
Stephen Bonnell, who had this to say after the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Hash out the crime statistics?
Not exactly like...
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't give a fuck. God, it's gonna be so gay if I get killed in the next 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the out here, please don't anybody make any actual the most weak bullshit speeches on my side. God, if it happens, holy shit, I'm gonna make a death note before I go out to go live and not. God, it's so optics.
Hard to make sense of what he's saying. The first.
Of course, I completely disavow everything Destiny said there. I think only the right should be able to frivolously and with no consequences or pushback call for violence and destabilize society. I think that it's because, like, I mean, it's bad enough with them doing it relentlessly, so why add to it, right? Yeah. Anyway, he's getting. I think that like a clip of Destiny was recently brought up in today's Kash Patel Senate hearing as part of like a conversation about political violence. I'm not entirely sure how far that's gone. So I don't know. It's a big talking point right now. Elon was posting about it. Fucking, it's really funny. There was a clip on Fox News too. Yeah, we saw that at the beginning. Jesus Christ, what an opening segment. Started stream 2 hours ago. Oh my God. Destiny versus the entire right. I just fucking want to play SILKSONG. Really quick though, before we do that. It happened. We finally got a rate cut. We got a rate cut. A 1/4 point cut. But it looks like there might be more in the near future. We're so fucked. Yeah. Stocks go boom. Yep. Look at how boom the stocks are going. Look at the fucking 10-year yield. Oh, no, no, no. Look at that. Does this contribute to the recession then? It's complicated. The process that is taking place right now, these rate cuts are meant to stimulate the economy, which they will, but they are inflationary. And I think that based on the way the economy is looking right now, they're not even going to stimulate the parts of the economy that affect you and me, I guess. Or maybe you, because I'm a live streamer. My job's a little different. But like, they're not going to reduce unemployment. It's not going to address the cost of goods. It's not going to fix the problems that people are having day to day. It's going to be great for the money men. It's going to be phenomenal for speculative investors. Every time the Fed cuts rates, it triggers the start of a recession or is in response to one. Yeah, well, the question being like, what side of the hill are we on, you know? Stocks initially moved higher on the news before falling into the red across all 3 major indexes. Wait, why? Why would stocks go down? Hold on. That's it? We finally get a rate cut after 9 months, and it leads to nothing? Just a little heartbeat? Already priced in. Oh no. Everything's priced in. The crash. me looking at the big book of everything that's already priced in. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh Jesus Christ. That's not good. Powell clip? Yeah, give me the Powell clip.
Colleagues and I, good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of max.
Powell signaled pretty clearly these cuts were coming. Yeah, but like nothing's ever actually priced in. investors have fish brains. Like, people, nothing ever actually gets priced in. It's like a meme, you know?
Maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. While the unemployment rate remains low, it has edged up. Job gains have slowed, and downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, and in light of the shift in the balance of risks, today the Federal Open Market...
What does it mean for us poors? Unironically, like, save money right now. Keep your job, save money. Seriously, like that, like, it's, I've been saying this for a while, and, you know, a lot of people have doubted me. I was saying rice and beans 9 months ago, and people were like, dude, the crash didn't happen immediately after the tariffs came in. What gives? That's not how the economy works, man. That's not how the economy works. It's not a day where you can't press a red button and then instantly change that shit, man. It takes a while, and I feel like we're getting there. What if we're unemployed? Work on that.
Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a pace of around 1.5% in the first half of the year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles has
This is really not good.
Picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.6% this year and 1.8% next year, a touch stronger than projected in June.
And that's with the rate cuts factored in. A lot of that GDP growth is just going to go towards, like, the top end speculative investments. It's not even reflected in, like, GDP growth that you would get by adding new jobs.
In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased, the balance of risks has shifted.
Oh, no.
Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance.
That shit is so fucking grim, man. The fact that, like, to whatever extent it's priced in, the fact that a 1/4% rate cut barely led to, like, a blip on the market. Like, people, I feel like everyone knows what's coming. Dollar slips after Fed cuts benchmark. Fuck, I need to hold all my fucking savings account in euros. The US dollar index, which gauges the US currency strength against others, including the euro, traded 0.33% lower shortly after the decision. Dude, 1/3 of a cent lower just after the rate cut? Oh my god. Sell everything, it's fucking over. Well, hold on. Wait to sell, because inflation, you know, currency will be worth less soon. Gold is also flat today. How? How is gold down? I feel like these are the economic equivalents of, like, when you're a fisherman and you see the storm surge, like, on the horizon, you see the thunderclouds, you know? This is a foul portent, okay? I have finished drinking my tea, and I do not like where the leaves are sitting at the bottom of the cup. I think investors are more concerned about that rate cut. I mean, it's not good. Like, this rate cut is not being done in the best of times. about the whole just get a job thing. Yeah, listen, okay, you need to not be one of the losers. When people are like unemployment's going up, yeah, then don't be one of them. That's all I can really say, man. Like, yeah, so don't be them. Freak the fuck out, panic, sell everything, it's over. Warren Buffett. He's so wise. What about folks on welfare? Listen, I don't know what I don't know how to put this for you, because everyone in chats wants me to tell them whether they're going to be okay. You won't. We're all going to die. We're all going to, it's over. Panic, sell everything. Don't do that. Seriously, save money. Too late, sold my house. Fuck. All right, well, we'll see how this goes.
Introducing Weight Watchers for Menopause, our science-backed nutrition program, now supported by a team of...
I wanted to play the video on CNN. There was an unannounced ad in the way.
Medical experts trained in perimenopause and menopause. It's time to beat menopausal weight gain and get the care you deserve.
Sure.
Join us today at weightwatchers.com.
The Fed just delivered an interest rate cut, and it is the quarter-point cut that was widely expected. Now, this is a big deal because it is the first interest rate cut of the second Trump administration, and it's sending a clear message that Federal Reserve officials are more worried about the slumping job market than they are about stubborn inflation. They're acting now to try
Your stream has gotten
shore up the
very trashy with Weight Watchers ads, etc. Wait, do you guys get Weight Watcher ads a lot when you watch my content? I don't choose who advertises on my platform. Like, I can fiddle with it a little bit, but I don't... Yeah, no, I was kidding. Okay, I don't know. Nothing wrong with that. I don't fucking care if you get Weight Watcher ads.
Job market before this trouble turns into something worse. And they're signaling this concern in their new statement that they just put out by inserting some new language that I'll read to you now. Fed officials say that job gains have slowed and the unemployment rate has edged up but remains low. Fed officials also say that they have judged that downside risks to employment have risen. Now, at the same time, this statement also says that inflation has moved up and remains somewhat elevated, which just gets at this really difficult situation facing the Fed, where they're really trying to fight a two-front war, right?
The Fed is trying to slow the damage. Yeah, but I don't think it can be done. Unfortunately, basically every country that has the kind of economy that we have is going to run into this problem. Too much money is up there and not down here. The velocity of money is too low. We have developed too many economic systems through like big box stores, through speculation, through fucking quantitative easing, through fractional reserve banking, whatever. We've developed too many systems where money is taken out of the real economy and put in big dragon hoards. And then we don't tax those hoards. They just stay there and the money never gets redistributed. Like, you guys realize, honestly, it wouldn't even be that much of an issue to have wealth inequality if we had really aggressive taxation that led to it all being redistributed. Like, maybe at the end of every year there are a bunch of billionaires, sure, but you yoink that shit back and then pour it back into the general economy in a redistributive fashion, and then it's like, okay, you have another year to ramp it up. No, the velocity is there, but in the wrong sectors of the economy. Yeah, the velocity is there, but not where we can see it. I don't know, man. Save money. I mean it. Save money. It is so warm in this room. I think we could probably do another segment or two before I read donos and then play Silksong. I have to piss, though. 1 second. Wait. I'm gonna open the window again. People were being noisy outside before. I really need an AC in here. Okay, hold on 1 second. I never use this screen, but like I'm right here. Hold on. Okay, 1 sec, gotta pee. I'm gonna keep the door open. Oof. Okay. What's up? No, the door's closing. No. Fuck! I bounced off the magnet. Oh, God damn it! I fixed it. Did you see the hearing today with the CDC director who was fired by Kennedy? Oh, you mean the fact that like it's over? I'm sorry. It's one of those. It's one of those days, you know, when she was like, "Yeah, basically, we're all gonna die."
A set of assertions associated with CDC that were particularly pointed and particularly hurtful and disparaging. He called, in that context, CDC the most corrupt federal agency in the world, emphasized that CD employees were horrible people. He had said that, I'm sorry. He said that CDC employees were killing children and they don't care. He said that CDC employees were bought by the pharmaceutical industry. He said CDC forced people to wear masks and social distance like a dictatorship.
Well, I gotta admit, I'm a little bit less motivated by your hurt feelings than I am the fact that this country is going to turn into a fucking plague site. But, you know.
And the one I think that hurt me the most was a particularly vivid phrase he said during the COVID outbreak. CDC told hospitals to turn away sick COVID patients until they had blue lips before allowing them to get treatment.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. This one really summarizes the fuckery. I don't know.
Secretary's office. On August 19th, I received a directive from the Secretary's office that I now required prior approval from my political staff for CDC policy and personnel decisions. On August 21st, I was told to return to Washington from Atlanta immediately, which would have meant missing Officer Rose's memorial, something I was not willing to do. When I did return,
Max Blumenthal trending?
I was concerned about my ability to continue to lead the CDC while preserving evidence-based.
Just more Israel shit? Yeah, more Israel shit. Yeah, sorry. My heart's not in it right now. I gotta play some SILKSONG. I need to recharge my mentals. Yeah, I can hear it, my love. Getting on it, but you can't watch me play because that'll spoil you. Ugh. I'm adding this one to my list of points of proof that nobody today is actually religious.
I would say if Charlie Kirk lived in the biblical times, he'd have been the 13th disciple.
Like, I don't think actual Christians say stuff like this because my extended family is Christian. And you know what Christians actually say, like in their day-to-day life? They'll say stuff like, God dang it. Oh, sorry. Or like, well, as the Lord says, pick up your dang toys off the ground or whatever. Like, that's the kind of shit actual Christians say, you know? They don't fucking talk like this. They talk like Hank Hill. I mean, I'm kind of referring to my extended family here, but I mean it. Like, if you want to see sincere religiosity, take a look at like Catholic Mexican grandmas, okay? Like, real religious people don't talk or act like this. They don't do it. They would never say a shit like this, man. 13th disciple? They would say, at the most, they would just say, like, he is with God in heaven now. That's a normal religious thing to say, like if you're a Christian and a Christian dies or whatever. Americans aren't really religious? I guess not. I gotta read Donos, man. I gotta read Donos. It's Dono reading time. Dude, it's so warm in here. I'm losing it. I'm gonna lose it. This is the crash out stream. I can feel my mentals slipping away. Why is this? Stop. I need to get a new mic guard. Adlet Estrella, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Warrior Button, thank you for the 3 of the same donation, each of which was for $5. If you email me, I can refund 2 of those. My plant just got shut down for the day because we can't get our parts from Mexico. At least I get to watch live, though. Fuck those tariffs. Yeesh. Hope you keep your job, my friend. Corpse Garden, thanks to the tier 1 sub. I am enjoying my new crib. I actually, last night, finished putting down the vinyl tiles over our ugly bathroom floor. The bathroom floor, when we moved in, had that, like, ugly, flecked, yellow linoleum pour look that you get from, like, a school bathroom. So we got some nice vinyl tiles that I had to cut to shape. I had to, like, whittle them, you know? It took quite a while. And now it looks a lot better. The Vigilante, thank you for the 511. Really appreciate that. Jeff95, thank you for the 10. I know conspiracies are lame, but nothing about the shooting makes sense. I think it does. It seems like every time a shooting happens, it's like a guy gets bored and says, today I will do a crime. You know? I don't know. It's just not that... People want to read so much conspiracism into this, but you can't assume that an assassination is going to make sense, right? Lots of crimes don't make sense, right? It's just like a person gets stabbed or whatever. Someone was crazy. I don't know. Seal Hissa and Titan1, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Will Clausen, thank you for the $20. I just want to support the stream. I watch you daily, so it only feels right. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Test subject number 2, thank you for the $5. I did see that. Meryl, thank you for the very kind tier 3 sub. Very kind of you. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. It feels so weird to realize Jen Psaki was the last half-decent press secretary. That's so chilling. Yeah, and half-decent is doing a lot of work there, but still. Crazy. No LOL and Canadian Jables, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate those. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. 10,000 years of civilization and Vosh's good things are good and bad things are bad has still been unchallenged. Yeah. How does it feel to be so good at video gaming? Dude, we're going back, man. It's crazy. We're playing video games during day streams. We watched a Destiny debate. It's crazy. We're really bringing it back. Fluffernutter, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Jason Pinopolis, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. And White Mage Becky, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you for everything you do. As a trans person, I feel your words and support are encouraging. Really appreciate that. SamFan155, thank you for the incredibly kind 15 bucks. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I walked by a creative writing center for kids, and on their post board outside, they advertised Dungeons and Dragons, which made me very happy. Dungeons and Dragons is like a phenomenal social starter for people these days, you know? Like it's a really, really, really good way of getting people to interact with each other. So I fully support it, like as a political project, you know? Kizzy, thank you for the insanely kind $55 dono from yesterday, Trans Rights. I agree. Yes. Thank you. Bean the Bean, thank you for the 10 bucks. Happy to hear that you enjoyed going on a walk with no phone. You found a little pond and we'll go back with my friends soon. Dude, seriously, everyone, every once in a while, should go on a big neighborhood walk with no phone. If you live like out in the sticks, maybe it's a little bit more like nature walk than it is discover new things, but still, it's nice. No LOL, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Maniac Tiger, for the likewise. Test subject number 2, thank you for the very kind $15. Gerb, thank you for the $5. Many of the historic downtown apartments and small town cores have been converted to office spaces. Yep. So people can't even live there if they want. It's fucking awful, man, what we've done to our cities. Dutch Dipshit, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Cash Patel is quite funny. Joe Biden Butt Sex, great name. Thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Rini Wu, thank you for the 5. Very, very kind. SamFan155, thank you for the 10 bucks. So, like, fuck the Constitution, right? Is that what the right wing wants? Did you guys see that embarrassing polemic from Sam Hyde? Where, like, and this happens with every right wing comedian, where they want to be irreverent and edgy, but then at some point they sit down and they're like, no, 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 I have real opinions too. And it turns out the opinions they have are the exact same, like, gay, self-serious, trust me, men of the West, this is our way forward bullshit. And all the humor instantly dies because you realize, like, oh, this wasn't like an edgy veneer. This wasn't like self-aware comedy or whatever. You were just hiding the actual thing that you believe, and the thing you believe is, like, cringe. He is 6'5", though. That is true. That is true. Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. That's true, maybe. Manakini, thank you for the tier 3 sub. You were at the Stand Up to Racism protest in London on Saturday. Oh, wonderful. Loud videos? I'm pretty loud myself. Seems like a good crowd. Is this snow? Or just camera exposure settings for the rain? Oh my goodness. All right, you took quite a few pictures and videos. I'm afraid I've got quite a few donos to get through. My life is so hard. I'm really glad that you had a good time. Sake, thank you for the incredibly kind 10 tier 1 subs. How can one reporter be this based and this good?
How would you analyze what you're hearing?
You think I'm watching this whole video just because you gave me $50?
In response to this murder from the left?
From the left? I mean, just listening to the clips you played from the Trump administration, we're in a very dark moment. It's a very McCarthyite moment right now. I've been listening to your show. You made a lot of good points. The biggest point I think you've glossed over is the crackdown on free speech, this targeting of people for their views. I thought Charlie Kirk was supposed to be a free speech martyr. Why are the right using his death to crack down on free speech?
I want to talk about this more because of stuff Tucker Carlson said in response to Pam Bondi, but I'm going to have to do it later. It is important to talk about, you know? I think there's a very real possibility that the conservatives overplay their hand and they cement themselves as part of the culture, not the counterculture again. Now, the right has always been the culture, not the counterculture. Keep that in mind. But, like, there is still a perceptual war going on over this.
American rights and go after this amorphous left. J.D. Vance lied today on the Charlie Kirk show when he said the statistics are clear that this is a left-wing problem. It's the exact reverse, right? Exact reverse. You look at the ADL Center for Extremism, which looked at 444 people killed.
You guys see the Department of Justice deleting that study that described the overrepresentation of right-leaning people in political violence? That was cool. Zoroastrian, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Velabel, thank you. Velnius, thanks the 5. You're how I consume the news. Sorry for the stress. I don't mind you consuming me for the news. I would just hope that I have enough of a spin on it that I don't come across like a soulless pundit reading AP News articles. M. Rouse, thank you for the very kind $10. A DSA members join the Wisconsin governor's race. Woo. Nice. Oh. It's a woman. Sorry. No. No. Hydroloids, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Dialectic Helix, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Glad I discovered you a few months ago. I really appreciate that. Sometimes, especially when how I engage with like chat, you get the perception as a live streamer, or as I guess any kind of public figure, that you're kind of inert, you know, you have your audience and that's that. So being reminded that, you know, your audience grows and shifts, much as I have, right? I've changed quite a bit over the past 5 years. Makes me very happy to think about, you know? Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Luminaris, thank you for the $5. Drew Moore Hornet, that's it. That is very, very cute. Shaw. Absolutely delightful. Are you a trans-inclusive radical misogynist? I believe now, as I always have, that you can demonstrate a greater empathy towards the struggles of marginalized people by being familiar enough with their lives and experiences that you can make playful jokes rather than just clamming up anytime anyone gets a little bit edgy. And whether or not people are into that is totally up to them, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know? People don't want to hear edgy jokes, that's totally fine. Though, making haha woman joke hardly counts as edgy these days, right? That's like we're so far past that. Rug Shitter, thank you for the $5. Zara Ashigal, thank you for the very kind of $15. And Sake, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Hashtag bigger than Hassan. Largest leftist Twitch streamers. Wouldn't the content of your message imply that this says that I'm the largest Twitch streamer? Elena and probably many others in between category leftist socialist opinion leftist streamers here, short leftist streamers. #1 streamer on Twitch. Can you make 1,000? Yeah! Yes, 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 yes! Let's fucking go! Had to scroll down for the payout. The full government name. It's not a secret. My name's not a secret. Dick Thulu, thank you for the very kind $20. My toddler saw me watching you play Silksong and demanded to play. I installed Hollow Knight. We've been playing together. That, Dick Thulu, is a good call. Because if I had, like, a little kid, I do not think they could, I do not think that they could play Silksong. I do think that you could get them into Hollow Knight. I think the movement in Hollow Knight, there's a lot more room to get used to the mechanics there, I suppose, you know? That's a good call. That's awesome. What's that last name? It's Polish. I'm half Polish, quarter German, and a quarter Irish. Plostko, brother. And 100% American, that's right. Okay, I gotta read Super Chats, and there were quite a few of them. Which I you know, appreciate. There are a decent number of super chats to read, so I'm going to read them. Oh dear. Keep in mind that after I'm done reading all of these, I'm going to be turning text-to-speech on. Oh, I should warn everyone, I did play a tiny bit of Silksong. I just went back and farmed up some rosaries and bought stuff from shops that I had not bought from. That's all I did. I did not explore any further into the game. I farmed up about 1,500 rosaries walking back and forth for a bit while I was on call with somebody, and I bought a bunch of stuff from the shops. There were no new things found, no new stuff in the shops, nothing. This fucking guy. No new shops, no new items in the shops. The Dragon Warrior, thank you for the $2. The Wanderer and Charlie Markson, thank you for the $5 both. Is there any validity to the shooter being a groiper? No. Oh, I shouldn't respond. I guess it's already sort of been responded to in time. Oh, wait, hold on. I did read these. I did read these from this stream. Okay, there we go. Mr. Camels and Calmo99, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Rachne, thank you for the £10. I find it weird there's a pushback to old people should downsize their home when our entire system is fucked because housing's been pushed as investment. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to fix the housing crisis in the long run without us acknowledging that it's a little bit weird for it to be possible for like a family of 6 in a sort of big house in a developing area, 50 years later, being one old guy living in a massive home he barely uses in an area where people would kill to get any property, you know? Like, it just doesn't work. Land is scarce. Housing is scarce. They have to be treated as such. There is a finite amount to go around. Piotr Online, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. The Midnight Garnet, thank you for the $5 and $10 both. Really appreciate that. Still Alive and Paloma, thank you for the $2 both. Very, very kind of you. Panda Inc., thank you for the $5. Jonathan Figliolo, thank you for the $10. And I'm Fine, thank you for the €5. Really appreciate those. Mortal Wombat, thank you for the 10. Very, very kind of you. Much appreciated. Grim Times, thank you for the $2.79 Canadian. I'm Fine, thank you for the 2 more €5 donations. Paloma Del Mar and Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the 5 both. $2 from Victorious and 5 more from her. Thank you very, very much. Stephanie V, thank you for the $5. Pale Magpie, thank you for the £5. And Philly Comrade, thank you for the $2. Donations from Super Chats tend to be a lot more like political topic oriented, right? They're a little bit less like, thank you for the streams, and a lot more like, here's my opinion on the current subject, which is why I tend to go through older Super Chats faster, because a lot of them are topics that I just covered in that stream. You know what I mean? Loser Alter Ego, thank you for the $10. Fuck, I just lost my place. God damn it. I just realized the intro TV head is a Fooly Cooly reference. Maybe. You're correct. Thank you. Mortal Wombat, thank you for the $5. Shadow Angel 09, thank you for the $10. People mistake Southern hospitality with them being actually kind people who want to help. You must learn to hate them like they hate you. Yeah, the insincere kindness of the American South is like a meme, isn't it? Sugar, darling, bless your heart, etc. Princess Lioness, still alive and horrible hand, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Memory Suit, thank you for the $2 donos. Shadow Angel 09, thank you for the 5. Adlet Astria, thank you for the very kind $20 dono. And Haley Goofy, thank you for the $10. They lynched 2 men in Mississippi the other day. Yeah, I want to get more information on that, because right now everything seems really, really speculative. Then a big chain of $2 donos. Calipo, Memory Suit, Melon Miller, Zach Lee Wright, Memory Suit again, Princess Lioness, Memory Suit again, and 6-4 Crusader. Thank you for the $2 all. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $50 dono. There are tons of towns in PA that are like nice mainly because it was the only flat land they could settle in. Yeah, but that's good, right? Like, that's cool, actually. The fact that, like, around the Appalachian Mountains, some of those old towns are quite nice, even though they were never super wealthy, just because people were kind of forced in. They were forced to develop next to each other. It's one of the reasons Colorado's so nice, right? Like, a lot of Colorado is incredibly mountainous, so the settlements that were built had to be packed in. Greenberg downtown is nicest, but to the west of town is an outlet waste. Yeah, I would love to go on like a big America tour. I would love to do a road trip around America. Scranton and Wilkes-Barre is like dual city centers with compact villages in between. Neat area. I lived in Pittsburgh for a while. Great town. I would love to go around. I would love to go around New England especially. Metal Serpent and Ghoul, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Balkan cities are often dirt poor, but often do have better infrastructure and look better. Do it, do it, do it. I do, in the tentative future, plan on doing some traveling in the American Southwest soon, like the New Mexico, Arizona, Grand Canyon area. All the clothes that I like are from there, right? Like basically all of my stylistic sensibilities are like American Southwest cowboy Navajo stuff. So I'm really interested in going down there. What about the Southeast? What, Florida? No, that's okay. Ice Tetrahedron, Matthew Perry, and John, thank you for the $2 all. Likewise, Paloma Del Mar. Arcane Spaghetti, Anime 3806, and Paloma, again, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. I saw so many elderly walking late in the evening in Spain. This was a culture shock to me. Unironically, the quality of your neighborhood comes down to how many people you see. This is the #1 sign you're in a good neighborhood. When you go outside at 10 p.m. and there are groups of women walking around confidently. Seriously, that's the line right there. If you're like, whether you're in the residential or more in the commercial, if you see a bunch of like older people or women or even more like indicative of safety, girls walking around and everyone's fine, you're in fucking you're in like urban paradise, man. It must be good here. Like people are confident, people are happy, people are engaging with each other socially. Pretty much anywhere in the world you can see like guys walking around late at night, but that's spooky, you know. It's my favorite hobby as a man back when I lived in Los Angeles, is to go down to Hollywood Boulevard at like 11:32 p.m. and walk really purposefully like this, you know? I'd wear all dark clothing and I'd just walk really quick behind women. It's fine. I'm fine, thank you for the €2. Tem Krister and the Wanderer, thank you for the $5 both. Fraka, thank you for the very kind $2 donos. Arcane Spaghetti, Memory Suit, and Martin Gingrich, likewise. Old Schoolist, thank you for the 10 and 5 donos. Really, dollar donos, thank you, thank you. In Spider-Man 1, released in 2002, Peter did the wrestling event to win $3,000 in order to buy a car. Lol superhero fantasy films, are right? Yep, easier times. Easier times. Bless you. Hey, Vosh. I know Democrats are bought and paid for, but they don't all strike me as stupid. Do they truly not have any self-preservation regarding the existential threat of this administration? From their perspective, and they're not wrong on this, being the kind of person to take a stand puts more of a target on their back. It's not that they're all stupid, it's that they have those self-preservation instincts. They risk far more by being people like Zoran Mamdani or AOC than they do by being people like Chuck Schumer, you know? I think they've and not to mention that if they shift in that direction, they start getting a lot of pushback from their donors as well. So it's complicated. Unfortunately, we do need a combination of like politician and activist to lead the way. Paloma Del Mar, thank you for the very kind $10. Slim Jimmy and Chase Knight, thank you for the 5 both. Alexander Stanford, thank you for the 20 Egyptian pounds. And Lorraine, thank you for the $2. Still Alive, thank you for the $20. Is it too conspiratorial to think the government is intentionally trying to destroy the economy to make things materially worse for us? No, I believe that. In making us desperate enough to be more violent with them with the end goal of invoking martial law. I don't believe that. I don't think they're trying to make the economy worse to invoke martial law. I think that they're making the economy worse because they're stupid and greedy, and they'd be okay with using it as an excuse for martial law, in my opinion. Pants, thank you for the $5. What pants are you wearing today? Today I am wearing my camo print Imogen and Willie lounge pants, which I like quite a bit. See? Leave a nice 5-inch rise, lots of room for the thigh, and we're also getting some nice break-in. See, I've got a little scuff right here that's fraying, which I think looks quite handsome. Those are shorts. Well, they're what I have. Darkest Nightshade, thanks the $2. SILKSONG Therapy, hello from Lonabrox. Hello to you. Alexander Stanford, thank you for the 50 Egyptian pounds. How do you feel that we're back to 1920s in real time? Well, hopefully that means we're about to re-enter the golden age of American suit tailoring. I would love that. Joel Tira, thank you for the $5. I'm mostly posting to make your dono read longer, but I promise it's from a place of love. Please come visit the Volunteer Park Conservatory sometime. I've been to the Volunteer Park Conservatory, admittedly only once, but no, I've been there before. The Volunteer Park is beautiful. You know, I'd be happy to visit again. I'm not going to warn you beforehand. You just got to stay on your toes. You're waiting in the eaves of the greenhouse to bludgeon me to death. I see it. Well, you're going to have to wake up pretty early in the morning to get one up over on me. Goodness, we're almost done. Snuffles115, thank you for the $5. Followers the Apocalypse, my favorite faction, Fallout New Vegas. Can I ask what yours was? Favorite faction, Fallout New Vegas. I don't know. It's been quite a while since I've played. Honestly, I do think that the NCR is the most interesting faction. I would be really interested in, I guess, further exploration of its systems. Not because it's the best or anything. I'm kind of interested in what, like, trade-offs they've had to make to exist in a world like that. Just one moment. Sorry, I was receiving cat pictures. They were worth it. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Vosh is like Brock Samson, half Polish, quarter German, quarter Winnipeg. If only. That's where I got my shoulders from. Vox Syndicate with the tier 1 sub. Will you play VTM Bloodlines 2 when it comes out next month? Maybe. That does sound pretty tempting. And Ringek, thank you for the $5. Really happy to hear you're enjoying Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight and Silksong are generational games. Absolutely top tier, you know? All right. Folks, I can't believe it, but I think we made it out the other side. Just a moment. TTS is on. There were a lot to read because I didn't read the donos the past few days. Why is GOG Galaxy not opening? There we go. Ugh. Okay, same rules are in effect as before. No spoilers. Don't talk about anything in the future of the game. Don't even imply anything about the game. Or your ass is getting banned forever, and in real life. And I'll find you. I can find you very easily in real life. It would be nothing to me. So watch out. All right. We doing TTS? Yep. Yes, sir. Just bought some crap from the shops down here. Of them, the only consequential purchase was 1/2 of a thread upgrade. So I now have 1 more pip of maximum thread. Let me turn the volume up. I had it down while I was on the call. I had it up to 8. Okay, the last thing that we were doing was we were going up into bile water. That was what we did when last we died. So let's get our asses up there. Yep. And the fastest way to get there would be... Second time in a row, Vosh didn't read my super chat. No, and now TTS isn't reading it because it doesn't hit the $5 mark. Still, I love you. I'm sorry. There's a lot to read. I try my best, you know. Most people my size don't read donos at all.
Just got a blazer from Suit Supply. I feel like they're generally a pretty good brand on the low end. What's your go-to place for shirts to match?
Shirts. I I like my wife's shirts, but you can get some really good measured ones from Proper Cloth. Suit Supply does have some good stuff. I don't think you're going to get the highest end of tailoring from Suit Supply, but that's not what you're going there for, right? Like, I think that Suit Supply offers a good range of options at a more accessible price point that you would otherwise have a really tough time finding at places like Macy's or whatever. Shirts to match also depends on the formality of what you're doing.
Spoiler. Something Silk Y or Song Y happens. IDK, I don't play these games.
Well, a lot of things Silk and Song have happened so far, so I guess technically that covers past events. Why use GOG Galaxy instead of Stream? Because when the game released, Steam crashed. Okay, and to get there, we want to go Greymore. Man, it takes a while to get there. We have to go here, up, all the way to the right, then up here, rest at this bench, and then we can start to get into Biowater. That is crazy. Well, better get started. How far through do you think you are? No idea, but we haven't started Act 3 yet. Bam, bam, bam. I know you did... Oh.
Watching on the gaming channel, but I gotta know now. How long did it take to figure out you can heal in midair?
I think I figured that out early on, and then I instantly forgot. Kind of like how I still never use Charge Slash, even though I probably should. How's the audio bouncing, by the way? Oh, also, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I know you degenerates have mostly been silenced in this community, a policy I do not regret, but has Destiny generally been popping off with these conversations lately, or is this like the beginning of a new arc? I know he's in hot water right now for the shit that he said, but I mean, like, is there like a broad new arc? Okay. What matters is that everyone's having fun. He just came off getting called a pedophile. Yeah, he's been on the getting called a pedophile arc, which, you know, that's a popular one these days. I hear it goes around. And now he's on this arc. That's cool. That's probably better, right? As long as he doesn't get, like, deplatformed.
I guess some people on subreddit thought you were being misogynistic with your leg-crossing Tumblr BS bleeding B rhetoric comment yesterday.
Yeah. It's gonna happen again, though. Sorry, liberals. Trump won.
I was told by a senior leader at Turning Point USA that with his dying breath, Charlie received the light of Islam and recited the Shahada without hesitation.
He did like he did the Andrew Tate thing, right? At the very end, it was like the West has actually been corrupted by Christianity. Only Islam can fight feminism. I believe it. That's why they took him out. That's why Netanyahu personally had him killed. I'd say you should visit Utah a bit. I genuinely don't think there's anything there for me. Like, what would I be looking for, I guess? Do they have any cool clothing stores? Salt Lake City. Cool rocks. They do have cool rocks. Good nature. Okay, okay. Give me. Okay, now we go into Biowater.
Hey Velush, what's the last major boss you fought or furthest ahead you've got so far? I've been waiting to watch your gameplay until I 100% had the game myself.
I beat the quote-unquote final boss for the not true ending. And I have proceeded a little bit in the bile water now that I'm pursuing the true ending. Chat lies to me. They say there is no true ending, but I know the truth. I know I'm playing a Team Cherry game. You killed Phantom? Yeah, the technical last boss that I killed was Phantom. Was the silk creature that teaches the parry? Okay, we gotta be careful with our health here.
Hi Bosch, long-time lurker. I recently finally started E and am in a much better place and you've been a huge motivation. Also need to sub to change my name lol.
I'm super happy to hear that. Well done. I really appreciate it. And I'm happy to hear that you've been able to get on that shit. These are tough times, you know? We all gotta do our best. Okay. While I'm here... Oh shit, yeah, okay, the enemies here respawn, like, immediately.
Have you seen any Mandalore gaming videos in the last few months?
In the last few months? I'm not sure? No. But I love Mandalore Gaming. I've watched literally all of his videos multiple times. He hasn't put anything out recently? Where was he when Charlie Kirk was shot? Did I go in here? Oh, I did. That's right. These guys are assholes. Yeah, these guys are assholes. Hey. Hey. Okay. So far, I feel like we're doing good. We have so many thread upgrades now that whenever we heal, we only have to do one single hit to get a healable amount of silk back. Okay, buddy.
Would you consider doing an Ultra Kill stream as a show of Trans Alliance?
Not until they release the game. I do not respect this shit where... Oh boy. Where game devs keep their fucking games on early access forever. They have to release the video game in order for me to play it. I want to feel like I'm buying a completed game. How much would it suck if this released on early access and you could play like the first third of it?
I've really enjoyed your playthrough of SILKSONG recently. I'm bad at gaming and wouldn't be able to do it myself. So thanks for sharing your playthrough.
My pleasure. Don't worry, I'm bad at gaming too. It's like a universally applicable criticism.
Any urge on your end to get Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster? It has a well-regarded story and gameplay.
I don't really like that type of game. The grid-based tactical, you know, strategy games. Yes, exactly right. Shit. I enjoyed Advance Wars. Dude, you're so annoying. You're so annoying. They don't even give rosaries, man. You know, fighting Charlie. Fuck. Come on, man. Wait. Jesus Christ. Okay, so there's an infinite number of you. Gotcha. What is the point of that area, man? Oh, God. Oh, God. It's all falling apart. My mental...
Hi, Vosh. Did you saw my video I posted on Instagram? 3C.
I did not. I saw that was donated, but no, I did not. Should I try looking left to see if there's a bench there? I feel like I should. There probably isn't. Oh, the stag station would be nice.
If you love Mandalore gaming, you should check out Game Dungeon.
Are you the person who keeps recommending this?
Stop Killing Games guy, Ross Scott. It's exactly like Mandalore gaming's vids.
I don't... Is this a bit? I feel like this has happened like 4 times. Are you a bot? I don't understand the intention. Also, I guarantee this is the fake content enjoyer. Nothing can ever be just like another thing. Like, the reason that I like Mandalore's videos aren't because he's the only game review channel out there. It's because of his personality and editing style. Oh, am I tracking? Oh, fuck, I got distracted. Have you always been able to use those to track? Like, I assumed you would just follow them. Fuck you. Ow. Getting the maggots off. You have quest? Oh, fuck. You're right, I do. Oh, I'm looking for Chakra and her master? Oh no, what if something happened to them? I don't think I could handle that. Well, we're certainly getting to something here. Okay, that's still... Yeah, that goes that way. Okay. Oh! Okay. I see. So that connects me to this bench. Is that worse or better than the other way? It's probably, like, a little bit better, right? Maybe? But I have to get the maggot debuff to go through.
To be fair, Vosh, you did say you were going to check it out a few months ago. But you never did, crying.
Well, in fairness, and I have said this before, any recommendations that I get for, like, content to watch or books to read or whatever from donations are very unlikely to actually pan out. They have to be! I have a very finite amount of... This is the first new video game I've played in quite a while, you know? I can't let people pitch my free time activities to me. Damn, I did that correctly once. Oh, a bench that I can access without needing to go through the poop. Yay! I'm sorry, Bellbeast, for attracting you to this poop place. Why does your site chat only take PayPal? I don't know. You're asking a lot of questions, exactly, right? You know that?
Did you see that Nintendo has copyrighted the concept of summonable characters?
I did not see that. That's insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. That can't be true. There's absolutely no way that works.
When Kirk died, the news here in the UK went all-out coverage. My mom had no clue who he was. I used one of your videos to explain.
Nice.
She said it was really good.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, unfortunately, the American right wing is basically the global right wing. Oh, right. So, there's just... It all stems from American money at the end of the day, you know? Oh, right, these guys. Much appreciated. Okay. There it is. Woo! Dude, we are bouncing on it right now. We're doing good. Okay, we're going this way. No. I'm feeling pretty good about this. When are we getting a bouncing and moaning on emote? Literally never. You guys are so annoying already. Ow. Where are we going? Up, 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 up. I'm really glad that I went back and got this quest when I did, you know? So my ascent up is, both for the quest and for the, Okay, we're going right here. Okay, okay, okay. Nosk? Nosk? Any Noskers in chat? These fucking guys. I don't care, I'm not fighting you. You suck to fight. Ah! Oh, get me out. I don't want to be here. Let it end. Okay, we need to farm up some health. We need to farm up some health. We're farming. Still enjoying biowater? I mean, yeah. It's a pretty cool area. Oh my god! Are you fucking kidding me? Come on. Hey. Hey. We don't want to use our silk dash grappling hook thing because that uses a little bit of silk. Motherfucker. All right. Lock in. Dude, we were so far out there. Holy shit. All right.
Would you ever play the upcoming Silent Hill or Disco Elysium on stream?
Upcoming Disco Elysium? I would not play Disco Elysium on stream because I feel like the stream experience would only denigrate a wonderful piece of art. I've already played it also. New Silent Hill. I don't know anything about the new Silent Hill. Probably not. I don't know. I don't really know what the vibe is with that. Is Kojima working on it, or is Kojima famously not working on it? Like, what do we know about the upcoming Silent Hill? Ow. Probably hilly. You people are useless. The Umineko guy wrote the new Silent Hill. Seriously? The guy who wrote Umineko is behind the new Silent Hill? Yes? That's crazy. Ah, fuck you. Ah, fuck you. Focuses on 1960s Japan. What crest do I have? The basic one.
Previous dono was a joke. Actual reasons to visit UT though, it's pretty, has many national parks and most westerns were shot there in SLC, I guess.
I would love to go and see some of the places where Westerners were shot, that's for sure. But Utah,
We're a
man.
bunch of soy gamers are mad at Cruelty Squad and the creator because of a mod in that game, and they are review bombing it though. Hell, the soy right LMAO.
What matters is that they're having fun. But like, what mod? You're kind of leaving out critical information, you know? Is there really a bench up here? Why do I feel like it's gonna be a fucking trap?
We never had any Eastern Sag.
Easterns? Would that just be a samurai flip? I have no idea what you people are talking about half the time. 140 character limit in the donos? We gotta make it shorter. Yep. Fucking knew it. Knew it, knew it, knew it. Okay. We need to proceed quickly, but also with caution. Why, thank you, Blank. Okay.
Emote only TTS enable.
God, I wish. Especially for YouTube chat. Alright. We're almost back to where the cocoon was. Motherfucker! Dude! This is so annoying. Those are annoying. Lol. I don't know how to deal with them. Like, I have no idea. Oh, okay, that gives me a heal, too. Damn, that's OP. I have no idea how to deal with those fucking things. They're so annoying, and their attack patterns and the way they move in these cramped environments. Okay. Move quick. Okay, back to full health. Go, 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 go. Motherfucker. Go, go, go. Yes, yes, yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Give me the shit. Give me the poop. Regular water, not poop water. Curious. I wonder if I had the maggot debuff, if this would have cleaned it. Hello!
Yes, correct.
Pashanka, hornet-wielding needle. For that is your name, is it not? I have heard it spoken in this land with reverence. I had hoped you would accept my summons. In these moments, one is good, but two is best. I would not deny the wish, Sakura. A somber ceremony seemed likely at this trail's end, and I am sadly proven correct. This, then, is your master? The fiercest of my tribe. Here she lies. I called her master, true, but she was mother just as much. More by far than the bug who bore me. Among the many marvels of this kingdom, she found a fine place to meet her end.
I took a month-long break from all politics to binge-watch lots of 80s sword and sorcery movies.
Cool.
I feel refreshed now. Trump can't take those from me.
No, he cannot.
The patent the US granted Game Freak and Nintendo probably won't stand in court if fought by AAA, but indies are small, so I don't see indies fighting this.
I would need to look at it, but I really, really doubt it's as simple as Nintendo patented summonables. Like, there's no way. There's no way they could have demonstrated that.
Adam Friedland on Majority Report was such wide people happy. Very much the antithesis of the low-cow brainrot segment we witnessed this stream. Thanks, Piers.
Yeah, I gotta see that. I'll use the rings. Whoop. Did you see the anti-Trump protest in London? Did you see SILKSONG, the game we're playing right now? The patent is not like all-encompassing. It's like something, a bunch of conditions, then the player summon a character from a ball. Oh, so it's them trying to deal with like Pow World and shit like that? Lexi Glorp, if you bring up Star Trek to me one more time, it's going to be a week. Maybe a month. Alright, well, we went that way. There are still more ways to go. Down right? Okay, I really want to see what's down and to the right, because I think that's the rightmost point of the entire world map. Yeah, definitely. Sadly uninteresting. Okay, up and to the left, up and to the left. Really? You really think that? Really? You really think that? I disagree, personally. Oh, fuck. We're so fucked, boys. Maggot debuff plus 1 health plus no silk. It's never been this over. Yep, it's never been this over. Okay. If we can just fight that guy over and over and over again and nothing else spawns, I think we're gonna be okay. We only need 5 minutes. Just, you have to respawn? Do those ones not respawn? Only the flying ones? Shit. Not nearly enough. Whew. Okay, if you can come on in. More flying dudes.
So, it turns out Tyler Robinson had around 4,300 hours, 180 days, in Sea of Thieves. And the community found him in Rare's forums bitching that there's too many people stealing and pirating in it.
Isn't that like classic 4,000 hours in a game behavior though? Like, that's awesome. Live your truth, King. People love to do shit like that. People love to play like 8,000 hours of Warframe and then leave a negative review. Where the fuck? Oh, a village. Like some kind of settlement. Oh no. Man. We're dead. Yep. Foregone conclusion. Sheesh. Well, we are making progress in the area. Can probably get around there faster, though. Fuck you. Okay. Now up. Just straight up. Straight up. Do I try to explore the paths that I've missed? Yeah. No need to be a bitch. Okay, straight to the right. Where are we now? Hmm? Oh. Another dead-end room. I guess that does make it easier to close off the exploration. At least after this area, everything else in the game will feel easy. I hope not. I did do the quote-unquote final boss, and it was very fun, but it was not difficult enough. But presumably that's just like when you're playing Hollow Knight and you beat the Hollow Knight, you know. The real fight is the Radiance. Weird little duders. Oh. Memory locket. Alright, I think that's all there is here. Hopefully. Back to going up. Okay, left and up. Oh! Wait. Okay, I wanted to see if that was a path being opened. Making sure we're good on health. How are we feeling today, chat? The depressed, tired. Okay, sorry for asking. Jeez. Honestly, you people. When was the last time you went on a walk with no phone? Wait, is there no way up from here? Okay, wait. There has to be. Oh no. Oh no, what if there isn't? Oh no. The game does expect you to go around that big right side loop. You can't just go straight up. Oh, how unfortunate. Oh no. Fuck. That means we have to deal with all these goddamn duders. Fuck! Oh, the moment I realized this, all the confidence went out the window. You can feel it. It's never been this over. Ooh. Motherfucker! Ah! You know what? I'm not playing your game. Does that heal my maggotry? It does not. My maggotry. What am I saying? Really? Really? Jesus Christ. I'd really like to get some more heals, please, sir. I was so clenched for all that, too. My asshole hurts. Jesus.
You tell us to save money, yet Hades 2 is coming out soon. How can I square my need to buy groceries for my love of rouge likes and my bisexuality?
How much is that gonna be? Do we have a price? Is it gonna be 30 bucks? How much is Hades 2 meant to be? 30 bucks? Okay, yeah. Honestly, right now it's the best time to enjoy high quality indie games while saving money, right? Okay. What the fuck? Thanks. Thank you, game. Mean fucking game. Nice. Luck. Better lucky than good. Oh my god, man. What? Okay. Damn. I totally panicked there. Fucking 2 damage on contact, man. Ooh. Oh my god, it's such a run back. This is a very vindictive area, huh? I've had about enough of you.
I guess when it came to the funding of the FBI, the admin realized it had cash to burn.
Very good. Very apropos, as always. Not too bad. Yeah, at least we're getting the completed fucking bestiary entries.
Was that last boss an instance of sewer socialism?
Apropos, at least. Sake's cooking. Don't encourage him. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Just thinking like, fuck, does that actually have the visible range? Oh my god. Oh my god! I'm so mad. I'm so angry. Do you see the way he ducked back there and missed the bounce and hit me with the next 4 damage because of it? Jesus Christ. LGBT rights are removed biowater from existence. What have the queers done for me lately? Why? Why? Why when I hit jump? Why, game? When I hit jump, it's because I want to jump, game. Don't you understand? Okay. This is not really that difficult. It just requires a lot of patience. Which I don't have, so it's very difficult for me. Okay. Moving quick, moving strong, moving big, moving dong. 2-pack. Fuck. Okay, here's where I died before. To this fucking thing. Fuck. Don't like being here, by the way. Okay. Okay. Getting our fucking juice back. Lightly basted. Or something. Okay, now we go through the fucking loop-de-loop. You simply do a loop-de-loop and fold. And your shoes are looking good. Oh wait, no, it's pull. A loop-de-loop and pull. And your shoes are looking cool. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, surprised I didn't touch me. This area is really good at hurting you physically yourself, you know? Every time I take damage here, I feel a little gut pang. It's like playing Oregon Trail and knowing every mistake you make compounds.
Just got off of a very productive day at work. Have we found Act 3 yet?
We found an area that's taxing enough that it feels like its own tier of difficulty. We're being inconvenienced to the degree one might expect for an entire new act of the game. Does that count for something? Oh. We need to farm.
SILKSONG wanted to truly cement itself as a Souls-like, so they had to include a swamp of pain and misery.
It does feel like a bit of a genre requirement. And it does get, predictably memorable responses from the people who suffer it. Come on, man. Can't you guys respawn in a place where it's easy for me to fight you? I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. I just realized that every time you make contact with the maggot water, even if you already have the debuff inflicted on you, you lose a pip of silk. Perfectly balanced. This is so mean, and I'm so mad. Okay. We're doing a little something something here. We're doing a little something something. Or are we? Or not. Or they're done spawning and it's over. Jesus Christ. How are we not there yet? Okay, hold on. Does being inflicted with the poop water debuff, does it also reduce how much silk you get to 1/2 of a pip per attack? It does?
If I were to fall in love with my neck ache, do you think it would leave me just as easily as Abigail did? I work out because toxic masculinity won't let me cry.
I don't understand what this means either. Sometimes I feel like you guys, like, you set up a dono in your head, and you build up a lot of mental context for it, and I'm literally just playing a video game. Also, I'm now noticing for the first time that I'm slowly losing silk. The maggot debuff is the meanest debuff in all of video games. So it reduces the speed with which you get silk. It reduces the speed with which you get silk. It reduces how you drain silk slowly. I don't even care. It's still 1 pip per hit, I think. I didn't realize it drained your silk too. Isn't it eating an entire heal enough? It's like the most horrible debuff in the game by far. Nothing else even comes close. It's worse than fucking Curse in Dark Souls, dude. Dark Souls 1. Drains your will to live. I'm feeling it. What are you even using the silk for during the jumping? It's draining the silk, but I need the silk to heal. I need the silk to remove the debuff and also to heal. It's basically over as soon as you get the debuff. Honestly, yeah, unless you, unless there's like a gauntlet of enemies up ahead that you can pull from to heal from really quickly. just gonna have to not get the debuff this time. Good launch, my love. Did Jimmy Kimmel really get suspended? Is that real?
Womp womp.
That's true. Fuck that lib. But did he really get suspended for making a Charlie Kirk joke? Because if so, that's really crazy. If we're reaching a point where even Kimmel is too edgy for our corporate overlords, that's a real, like, watermark kind of issue. ABC pulled it indefinitely, and this just happened. So this is because... Do we know for a fact that it's because of a comment about Charlie Kirk? Yes? Oh shit, I might have to cover that. Well, this is more important for now. It's such a long run back. What was the joke? Offensive and insensitive? I didn't realize those things were crimes now. I don't know, likely just quoting the man. Thank you, Telomeres, for not being useless, like everyone else in chat. During his Monday evening monologue, Kimmel suggested Kirk's alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, might have been a Republican. The MAGA gang is definitely trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, doing everything they can to score political points from it. That's it? That's it? Damn, that's crazy. Holy shit. Dude, I can't believe I'm doing this. Jesus fucking Christ. Why go up top every time? Reflex. It feels good. Okay. Okay. Didn't do much there. guys are easier to deal with. I beg. I beg. I beg. Second? Yep. Motherfucker! Ah! Why did I think there was a platform there? Okay. Frog! Of course, it's a summons boss. Oh my god. I healed and he floated towards me. He whoop, whoop. Oh my god. He's not even that difficult, it's just my nerves. It's just the nerves once you get to that point, man. Are we able to give Vosh a hint? Nope. Jesus Christ. Well, this area is definitely deserving of the notoriety. I didn't get it at first, but now I do. Surely there's something that gives you immunity to maggots? I don't think so. It's a pretty massive debuff. It seems like it'd be kind of odd if they gave you some talisman that you could use that would negate all the difficulty associated with it. Oh, left, right. God. Made this mistake multiple times. This is where it all begins to fall apart. Then we begin right. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. So how are we feeling about that Silksong difficulty? You know what your guys' problem is? You think too much, all right? Everything has to be a fucking YouTube video essay for you people. Difficult moment in a video game? Long run back? Time to bust out the classic. The problem with video game run backs, like a rant Sona smugly staring from the front. You guys need to just experience it, okay? I'm gonna... I don't know why I did that. Now I have 1 health and nothing, and it's all over. I don't know why I did that. Okay, theoretically. Oh. Oh. We have to keep trying. We have to keep trying. This must be how Bane felt. I'd fucking hate the Batman too when I got out of there. Okay. Something is happening. We're beginning to climb out of the pit. Maybe? Why am I defeating these guys in 2 hits all of a sudden? I thought I was defeating them in 3 hits. Okay. Your crest? What about it? Okay. We improved our outlook. It took a lot of hard work, but did it. Okay. We're going into the gauntlet with mostly full health and mostly full silk. That could have gone a lot worse. Did you never read your quest description? You don't have to be an asshole. You can just say what effect it is that's leading to me dealing more damage at one point relative to another. Taking it slow, taking it slow. Come on, taking it slow. Nice and slow. Now for the trap. Now the three little duders. Fine. Unfortunate. Those guys require so much care, like, positionally, it's genuinely difficult to remember the platforms. Okay. Oh my god. The final and most powerful weapon. Okay. Didn't know that was an attack. Dude. What is like the safe place to attack him from? Above? I don't know, guys. No, I can't even hit him when he's staggered? I'm so fucking... Oh my god. This fight is, challenging. Jesus. Okay. Okay. No. I will say, though, the run back does feel somewhat excessive. It might just be that I'm playing bad, though. It feels like there's no safe place to attack him from. Maybe you really are supposed to bounce on him? How do you feel about runbacks generally? They're part of the boss fight. There's nothing wrong with them. They're just a lead up to it, you know? This is a particularly punishing one. Your crest damage increases every attack and resets when you get damaged. That's why you started to two-hit the mosquitoes. Oh, if only I was good enough to take advantage of that. Why do the things that I want you to do? You can approach him in a few ways. The boss fight? Yeah, I feel like bouncing and moaning on him is probably the best bet. Because you're not really safe when you're in front of him. He floats around too much. Up, and then we begin the big loop-de-loop gauntlet. Nice, didn't take damage that time. What a rarity. Okay. Okay, fine. Really? Okay. Well, health's back up to full, at least. Woo! I did it again! I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I feel like I take damage to that same guy every single time. Chad, it's happening again. I don't know how you're supposed to deal with these guys. I genuinely don't. You fight them in cramped hallways where it's not even possible to get above or below them. I don't know, guys.
Breaking news. Jimmy Kimmel's show to be suspended indefinitely over Charlie Kirk comments. Any thoughts on this?
None whatsoever. There go all your beats. That happened before. Do I want to complain about design? I feel like I don't mind long runbacks, but I think I do mind long runbacks when there are enemies along that runback where you're basically guaranteed to take damage from them unless you are very slow and methodical. Would you like to know about a major shortcut for this run back? Why? What would make you think I would want that information? But see, everyone's like, I'm not like the other autistic-ass chatters who don't get it. I understand what the appropriate social cues are. I know when he doesn't want to hear it. And then they think they have the one exception. Ow. With regards to a potential shortcut, I mean, the only place on the map that I haven't explored is right here. I don't think this could be referring to it anyway, because this isn't really much of a shortcut for anything. Oh, new dude. New guy. Cheap. Damn, fucking everything about this area sucks. Yep. Oh my god. We're going quite a while. Boy, I hope I don't have to go back this way. What? Why? Well, there was something up there. Ow. We will get back to whatever the fuck that place was. Oh.
From watching other people play, when you come up to an area with a bunch of BS flying enemies, the intended design is that you use anti-air tools.
Yeah, I've never really liked that in any game, basically. Like in Dark Souls or in Sekiro or whatever, when it's like, oh yeah, this enemy can't really be dealt with that easily with conventional attacks. You have to use your secondary tool. I've never liked that. But also, like, my issue isn't with the air enemies. My issue is that on that run back, you get forced into narrow corridors where you're charging towards guys who throw stuff directly at you, and they just disappear and burrow. Those guys are very obnoxious. I don't think I'm being salty for saying so. That's clearly what they were designed to be, right? Oh, fine. Wait. Oh, okay. Ow. Ow.
Why are we here? Just to suffer? INSOCIETY?
Quite possibly. Oh, sweet. Well, not a shortcut, but I'll take an extra health. Wop. Ow. Ow. There is no Act 3, there's just this. Alright, recoverable. Maybe. Oh yeah, this seems like a good place to make up some silk, because it's really cramped and easy to navigate. These guys respawn over and over. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Oy, oy. Now, you people have no respect for the sanctity of a difficult boss run back. Everyone's like, stop this and cover the thing. The thing will still be there when we beat the boss. Imagine Kimmel being gone. Kimmel is ABC, right? Man, ABC is proven to be maybe the most dickless, I don't know, purportedly left of center news organization. They have folded on everything. They're owned by Disney. Yeah, I suppose that'll do it. You guys ready for the big woke turnaround? And in 10 years, Disney's running shows like Owl House or, you know, Moon Devil, Dinosaur Girl, whatever, over again, and everyone forgets this ever happened? I mean, Disney's been quite resist-lib, no? No. Disney is, like, completely kowtowed to the right. They were only pushing back against DeSantis' anti-woke stuff when Biden was in office. The moment Trump went up, they've been crazy with it. Not just ABC, CBS went hyper-Zionist and fired Barry Weiss. That's funny. Israel first, man. On the topic of Owl House, are you interested in Dana Terrace's new show over at Glitch? I don't know who that is or what that is. Glitch makes amazing digital circus and murder drones. Well, I don't know anything about murder drones, but who was the person? Fuck.
Silly Boosh. Disney making a hard left shift in 10 years requires us to still have a country in 10 years. You silly goose.
We'll see how it goes. Dan is the Owl House creator? Oh, okay. Okay, we're taking another run at this. We have one more Mask of Health than we did before because we found the upgrade. Okay, everyone lock the fuck in. Be careful. Okay. 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 Come on. Come on. Now the swing. Seriously? Getting nervous. Getting nervous. One more wave. Oh wait, swing. And again. Come on. Come on. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, never mind. Can't bounce on him. There's an upward. Oh boy. What? What does that mean, man? What? Oh, you got my silk. I get it. Yeah, I get it. You're very clever. Dude, I don't even feel like I got close to beating him there. Like, I didn't even stun him once. Better than every other attempt? I'm not sure. I honestly don't even know, like, where you're safe to attack him. Man, I feel like I'd be doing a pussy move if I equipped tools that were, like, good against him. Upper platform pogo look promising? No, it doesn't, because when he jumps into the, when he dives into the maggots, before he does that, he does an upward bounce that, that makes it dangerous. River. Maybe just ban the phrase, Jimmy. Did I see that link? Did I see that link correctly before the person got muted, by the way? Jim Acosta? Did Jim Acosta quit? That was months ago? Oh, yeah, you're right. Hard to keep track. What if you equipped a different crest for this fight? Yeah, that'll make me play better. A play style that I have no familiarity with. Every time people struggle with a boss fight, you all see it as a puzzle to be solved, to make the game easier, rather than just, like, playing the damn game. You want vague advice? No! Why? I would just ask if I wanted it. I wonder if it's easier to go up this way, like to the left. Oh, there's a thingy there. Ow.
Methinks, perhaps, that Ivanovich has played this genre before.
Might even be his favorite. There we go. I don't like these little guys. I don't trust them. Dude. Why? Why? Okay. Yeesh. It's difficult, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Chat, it's his memory that's bad. He's running a deck still.
Fuck. Fuck. Shit took me a whole day to beat. Man, remember when we would buy games and be stuck in a part for like weeks? Nobody wants that anymore. Nobody wants that anymore. Why can I not get up that high? There we go. Sheesh. Okay. One more time. Is it really, really, truly not possible to get up from here? Wait. Wait. Oh, yeah, never mind. Never mind, I've been here. Never mind. Damn. Really had my hopes up for a second.
I remember when you had to trust random rumors from kids in your playground at school that would tell you things that were either crazy lies or crazy truths.
I remember back when the Spider-Man 2 game came out, a lot of people were debating whether or not there was a cheat code that you could input to play as Doc Ock. I specifically remember that being a big one. Are you fucking kidding me, man? And see, the mental is slipping, you know? Just gotta move quick, move quick. Move quick, move quick. Okay. This is acceptable. Okay. I don't know, guys. How optimistic are we feeling about this one? Very? Oh my god, that was luck. Better lucky than good. We can do it if you're pure of heart. I feel like I'm reasonably pure of heart, you know. Grading on a curve, probably. Everyone's pretty cynical these days, but I feel like, you know. Fuck. On a distribution, I do pretty well.
Change your mindset. I can't do it. To whiff woof. 3.
I have no idea what you mean. I know only that you are a furry. Are you, perhaps, Tyler Robinson?
Hi, Vosh. Sorry for asking if I was going to die in poverty earlier. I was making a dark joke, but you seemed distressed. No pressure. You're just a person.
Jesus fuck. It's A-okay. It's just a part of engaging with chat. And I'm happy to hear that you are not imminently anticipating dying of poverty, or in poverty. Okay. Christ.
This is just like this ancient Chinese proverb, one smart fellow. He felt smart. One fart smeller. He smelled fart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Crap. Okay. Trap. Double trap even. Lucky.
I'm excitedly making 1,000-layer potatoes. Shame it takes 2 hours to cook, 24 hours to press, then another 15 to refry later.
Well, I believe you. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Come on. Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Not pure of heart. Not pure of heart at all. Man, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like the spacing on him is really, really difficult. You get close to him, he does the big suck. You're far away, he lobs the thingies.
I just beat the game at 100% and holy shit. Spoiler alert for the last boss. It was.
Something tells me I'm gonna struggle with the last boss less than I am right now.
This boss legit punishes Vash's playstyle so hard.
Thoughts on kunai? I don't like using the tools that much. Ooh. Nice. Okay, we got it up pretty quick. Not that I typically have trouble with that. At least these big guys are essentially just silk farms. Yeah, there are some small mercies given to you, but they are very small. I'm trying to think what strategically I could do better for the boss, apart from the obvious fight better, do better, you know. Come on. Without commenting on the boss specifically, I will say that I find those guys right there impossibly annoying.
The needle zip is so satisfying in animation and sound design.
It does feel very good. Those guys are so annoying that I'm actively not enjoying them, which is usually not the case for annoying enemies in games. Nice meme, Nivica. Really? Oy. This is the point where a healthy gamer will take a break. You people, man. People are such pussies. You people will not survive the winter. That's true. Come on. Give me my silk. Okay, pretty good.
Don't understand how dentists are not counted as medical but rather cosmetic procedure when tooth infection are a thing. If you crack a tooth and they are painful.
The American medical system is fucking psychotic. It's not really much defending that. Just a way of segregating the insurance so they can cover less.
Black Myth Wukong playthrough in honor of the dawn of the Chinese century?
I have never seen any gameplay from Black Myth Wukong that looked enticing to me. I don't know why. Something about it, it feels like it just lacks a certain punch or weight, I guess, that I would want from a game in that genre. How do you feel about the OST in this area? A small comfort in these trying times. Okay. What can I do differently with this boss to get a different outcome? The boss, for the most part, wants to stay away from me. But, like, if I get too close to him, he does the big suck. And that's bad. Also, if I get too close to him, even if I manage to avoid the suck, it's really difficult to not fall into the maggots afterwards. I can't really bounce and moan on top of him. Are you asking? No, I'm talking. If I bounce and moan on top of him, I am vulnerable to him diving up to go into the muck. But if I stay below him, he can just dive down onto me anyway. We'll see. Nice. Dude, these fucking guys are so annoying. Come on. Okay. Really? 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 Why did I? What the fuck? Dude. Okay. I'm actually getting a little bit tilted in a unique way. The way he floats around makes him so difficult to deal with. He just, ooh, he's like a fucking JPEG getting tweened in a Newgrounds animation, man. He's just hovering there. Ooh, is he floating towards you? Is he floating away from you? I don't fucking know. Is your bounce towards him gonna hit the mark or no? Possible upgrades? You're so annoying. You're so tedious every time. You can't talk about a game's mechanics without somebody being like, no, the problem is you're using the wrong items. The items are wrong. No, it's spacing. Metroidvanias do encourage full mechanics usage to the right. Do you talk like this in real life to your friends? Your friend's struggling with a difficult boss fight, and you're like, have you tried using different items? And they're like, I think I just need to play better. I just need to get my head around this. And you're like, the items are meant to be used. You should be using the items. Oh my god. Ooh. Let the man suffer. Well, it's not as though I'm being deliberately unproductive or anything, you know? Trying to win. I wasn't looking. Okay, back on it. What will I do differently this time? I feel like I get hit by this guy every fucking time I come through here. What can you do differently? Okay, I'm willing to offer a real criticism here. I don't like how many bosses there are in this game where a lot of the difficulty... For one, I hate these guys. I don't like... There are a lot of bosses in this game where the difficulty is ramped up massively by way of the boss just floating randomly in air and aimlessly hitting you as you come close. I think that's super annoying. It was also like this with the Beast Fly. Like, it's not a big, heavy, telegraphed movement, because, of course, movement is an attack in a game where every enemy's model is also a hitbox. But when they're just floating around like that, it makes it... really difficult to plan around anything. And also, it's like super unsatisfying to deal with, you know? It's one thing to have to deal with contact damage as a general mechanic, but contact damage in the specific context of like an enemy just kind of floats into you, very unsatisfying. Are you fucking kidding me? My mentals. Hopefully everyone in chat will at least agree that those little guys that pop out of the ground to throw darts at you are incredibly annoying. They are not fun to fight. Worse than the primal aspids? Dude, in comparison, the primal aspids are nothing. They literally just fly away from you and do a trio of ranged attacks. These guys are doing like tunnel guerrilla warfare. They teleport in and out. They fire 2 projectiles that arc towards you. They don't even have predictable patterns. Primal aspids were never that bad. Yeah, the fact that they have that reputation, though, is a great indicator of the difficulty changes between this game and Hollow Knight, you know? Alright. On the road again. People are dropping like flies out there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I had to take damage eventually. Oi, oi. Okay. What will I do differently this time? I didn't think we'd struggle this much, but to be honest with you, at this point, I'd be surprised if we even won this stream. I think, like, what? You'll win this time, be optimistic. I'm astrally projecting myself into the future, okay? I'm precogging right now. And I'm trying to imagine fighting him and what I'm going to do different. I think the main thing that I've learned is that it is not good to be passive. He just chucks those exploding poison pellets at you. He summons... The fact that he can summon enemies means that it's definitely not worth it to be passive. It might be better to just try to stay under him and attack him very rapidly and basically face tank the fight. Which is tough, because he does 2 masks of contact damage, but I think that... Aren't the summons temporary? Yeah, but they're still pretty goddamn dangerous. Okay. Damn. Double trap. Okay. This is by far the best gauntlet we've had. For very little damage. Okay, now for the hard part. Oh my. Kidding me? Come on. Ow. Okay. I keep jumping into it, man. Oh. All right, well, we're on the clock now. Damn, man. Oh my god. 1 second. Okay. He was so about to die. Dude, I have no idea how close that was. What if that wasn't close at all? That was only 2 staggers. A lot of the bosses around this point of the game have had 4 staggers before they went down. What if there are more phases? I don't think there are more phases. That I'm not that worried about. The phases to this fight are kind of wrapped up in the gauntlet before it as well. Motherfucker. Why? Okay. Why did I do that? Have you tried throwing one of those anti-airs into his... What do you mean anti-air? You mean the bomb? I don't think he's like a Goron. It's not like Ocarina of Time. I don't think there's going to be like a specific tool interaction. You try getting good? I feel like we were doing pretty well there up until I fell into the maggots. As soon as I fell into the maggots, mentally, I was like, there's no way we can win this fight in the long run now. My only hope is that he is a low-health boss. Of course, as soon as I decided that, I immediately started hemorrhaging health, so... Why? Okay, that was pretty good. That was some perfect bouncing to get rid of the debuff. Okay, yeah, whatever, man. It's all uphill from here? Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Trap. Okay. Honestly, the extra mask has been pretty helpful. The extra mask and the extra bit of thread. It all makes a big difference. Nice. Okay. Fuck you. Why did I do that? Oh my god. It all fell apart. How quickly it all fell apart. Yeah, see, that actually does piss me off a lot. Those damage like that, where they, like, it's not even like a telegraphed movement or whatever. It's just, you know, that does piss me off. I dislike that. Ugh. We were doing good too, at least for a second. I disagree. I think that's fair, actually. Well, your opinion is noted. Thank you. Kimmel is fired, did you see? Yeah, I saw. Right now, this is infinitely more important to me. Fuck. Oh, the mental losses. I could never get away with making a comment like this because chat will point out that I'm basically saying my controller is busted, which it is, but I did not get a good sleep last night. If I had only known what I'd be up against the next day, I would have gone to sleep earlier. I would have gotten my snoozes. Ow. Oh. At least the runback's gotten faster. Dude, this is such a... It's really, really funny because for a little while I was having a bit of a complex. Like, oh, I can only play this game on stream. Everyone else is racing ahead of me. Everyone... There have been so many posts. Dude, worst runback in the world. And then they show video of the last judge. And now I'm like, oh, okay. The fact that I'm only able to play this game on stream is not... does not mean that, I'm falling behind everyone else. You motherfuckers just haven't gotten to this point. Ugh. Is this Act 3? Might as well be. Nice. Okay. Definitely getting better with that. People have been saying this Biowater runback / boss is as bad as Bed of Chaos. Well, I'm not gonna lie, this is worse because Bed of Chaos wasn't hard. Bed of Chaos was just stupid. Also, the runback in Dark Souls 1 was not this difficult. It was long and tedious, but like for the most part, it was, you know, you just run for a minute and a half or whatever. Benefit, yeah, 3D space, you can run past everything. Damn, the fucking dodge lure over here. Crap. Not terrible. The dang music. The music's great. Yeah, I think this is just like generic Gauntlet music, though. It's not the first time I've heard this track. Okay, not a fantastic Gauntlet, but that's not where it counts, right? Fuck you, I fucking... I hate you, man. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Okay. Interesting that it can do that, by the way. My assumption was that it was eating my silk and hitting me back with it. Yeah! Oh, man. Whew. Damn. Fuck that guy. Oh, man, they made you work for that one. All right, yeah. Kills you. Oh man, that guy! I was getting like a little bit of a stress headache from that one. that was quite a bit. Jeez.
First try.
First try, baby. First try. Seeker's soul. Cracked shell containing soul drawn from a long deceased body. Okay. I assumed this area was filler until we got to the next story area. I didn't think this would be the story area. Does that make sense? Like you go through the sewer to find something significant. This guy was using soul. That's important. Like, to my knowledge, nobody in Farum has used soul, correct? Everyone uses silk, if they use magic at all. No one's used soul. He used Vengeful Spirit. Yeah, he was using Vengeful Spirit. Cracked shell containing soul drawn from a long-deceased bug. Okay, well, I'm gonna end soon, but before I do, I want to see what this culminates to. There actually is a specific interaction where this guy can eat a bomb. Really? Oh, that's okay, Thana. That's a retrospect thing. That's funny. He actually does have that specific interaction. That's really funny. Well, I'm happy with how I beat him. I feel like towards the end there, I was demonstrating a decent understanding of his mechanics. Where does this lead to? What's up here? Why? Because life isn't fair. What? No! Alright. Fucking Half-Life 2 ass. Where are we? So this is like the other outer edge of the Citadel? Ew. Yep. It's literally the Half-Life enemies. Oh! Why does everything suck here? Oh my god. Everything's so squelchy? Yeah, jeez. What? I thought I killed you! You come back? Okay. Yeah, fuck trying to fight anything in this area. Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. I'm moving on. Oh. Okay, for one, what? Oh, the thingy. The guy who was holding the apostate key got yoinked up by that thingy. But okay, we have an apostate key. We can finally open that door now. Oh, fuck. Oh, we're not done with this shit. Okay. Where's that door? A whiles back. Oh. A huntress. You know, I'm something of a huntress myself.
That's fine. Passpin?
Cool. Sure. I'll get you some food.
وين إيرا؟ مجينا فورة.
Man. Oh my god. That's a lot. Use tools to acquire organs of various types so huntress may feed or brood. Shredded, seared, and skewered. You have to use tools? Okay, so like the bomb would give you seared organs? Huh. That's odd. That's kind of cool. It's a little bit gamey that you have to use tools specifically as opposed to anything else, but... Is that it? Right now? Can I not come back here? Or sorry, is there nowhere else I can... Very good, very good. Huh. Alright, chat. Well, now that I've completed this horrific gauntlet at boss fight, you are free to tell me, what was the shortcut? How could I have possibly gotten here faster than running all the way from here? There's a hidden bench, a lot closer. Kind of like the Iron Golem in Sen's Fortress, where unless you want to do the entire Sen's Fortress run-up, you find that hidden one that you have to drop off a ledge for. Around here? Okay. Is there anything else for me to do in this area right now, or was getting the Apostate's Key and that wish the only two things I could do here? There's way more stuff here? Okay. I didn't know if I'd completed a full loop. It's a little difficult because everything's dark and I don't have a map. Cool. Cool, cool. No, cool. I think you're clearing bile water. No, I mean in this area, Oh yeah, there's way more shit to do here, but later. Okay, well that's what I'm asking. I'm not asking, am I done in this area? I'm asking, like, right now, I'm meant to leave here, right? Because I just did a loop, and it seems like I'll need to come back at it from a different angle. Right now, you leave. Okay, yeah, chat. Why are you confusing me then? That's what I'm saying. Like, right now, there's nothing more for me to do here. I thought you meant bile water. No, I think I'm good on bile water, you know? I think I'm good. I don't think there's too much of a spoiler. There was one boss that's only available in Act 2. It pissed me off when I missed it. Really? Well, I wouldn't want to miss a boss. Have I already completed the boss that you can only do in Act 2? I think the Apostate's Key opens... this? No, it's a different one. Is it here? No. What does the Apostate's Key open? Is it this? Is it this over in the slab? In the slab, that's right. Wait, you haven't gotten the map yet? Okay, chat, remember the rules. I asked one question, which is there anything more for me to do in this area at this exact moment, or should I go to the Apostate's door? I did not ask anything else. When you say stuff like, wait, you don't have the map yet, that implies I could have the map by this point, which is game information. I'm just saying, be careful. Ow? Oh my god.
Just saw your rural video. I am an Indian leftist. For the last 3 elections, the Modi got has a stronghold over the urban college-educated middle class, while the farmers have always voted more left.
That's interesting. I would have to know more about Indian electoral politics to really have a strong opinion on that. Certainly there's an explanation. I just don't know it.
Ow!
Oh my god. I really want to see what the Apostate's Key hides. After I see that, a little ways in, that'll be it for the stream. Maybe I'll do a thing on Jimmy Kimmel before I go. It seems like it'd be responsible for me as a businessman to cover that and not leave that to tomorrow. Here we are. So, I guess logically, this is a prison cell for an apostate, and either the prisoner or the warden or a guard who had the key left and then died in that area, and that's why we have the key. Oh man, it's opening up. A lock with the mark of heretic. Immediately. Immediately. Where the fuck are we going right now? Weaver effigy. Okay. Got some dosh right there. Oh. And to the left. I'm kind of curious what the crust is, lore-wise. Is it like Silk, where it's like a manifestation of a race of bugs' power, or like or of their deity? Where the fuck am I going? Boy, I wish I had a map. Nope. Oh, seared organ, nice. Okay, I gotta use that diligently. Complete the quest. Dude, literally, where the fuck am I? Just opening up pathways on pathways on pathways. Guilty of the sins of infirmity and sickness, penance by swallowing, absolution granted after death. This place fucking sucks, man. Howliness not looking so bad now. Honest, dude, Howliness seems like a fucking paradise compared to this place.
My point was that peasants or rural people aren't inherently opposed to communism as you seem to suggest. So rural America can be lefty in the future.
Well, it's complicated. I would need to know more to be able to engage directly with the point. I definitely still believe that the conditions rural people live in tend to predispose them towards reactionary and anti-communistic thinking. But again, I'd have to know more specifically here. It's definitely not an inherent thing, for sure. Okay, I am lost. Bench. Can we get a map? Map. This area is very large, and I don't know... Oh, another key of the apostate area. Wait. Isn't this where I came before? No, it's not. We're nowhere near there. Hello. Okay. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I'm completely lost. I was already tired and a little bit out of it after making it through Biowater, and now I'm being overwhelmed. I'm being overwhelmed. I have no idea what's going on. No. Really? All right. Let's at least see this room. I've just done that the whole time? Fuck. Okay. What the hell? Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so out of it. I didn't realize there was a third level. Ooh. I think I have to tackle this next time, guys. I'm sorry. I think I have to tackle this next time. I'm too out of it. Fair? I agree completely. I've given myself a little bit of a headache. My eyes hurt. But, really quickly, since you all want to see so fucking bad, what is going on with Jimmy Kimmel? This is a difficult litmus test, guys. If Jimmy Kimmel is too edgy for prime time, what does that say about the rest of us? ABC pulls Jimmy Kimmel off air for Charlie Kirk comments. Jesus Christ. Yeah, safest guy imaginable. Faced criticism from the FCC for remarks about the motives of man. Okay, so the FCC, that's the federal government, obviously, was threatening Kimmel with action because Kimmel said essentially that the right wing are being ghouls and speculating about the nature of his death to attack the left, right? He wasn't even mocking Charlie Kirk. It wasn't even derogatory towards Charlie Kirk. And the FCC was threatening him because we live in a new era of cancel culture, parentheses, censorship. And ABC kicked him off. Tweet announcing they're airing a special for Kirk instead of Kimmel on Friday. Oh my God. Sinclair's ABC. Remember, Sinclair is a conservative megacorp that's buying up like all local media. Sinclair's ABC stations to air special in remembrance of Charlie Kirk during Jimmy Kimmel Live Friday time slot. Jesus fucking Christ. Them ratings about to be in the toilet. It doesn't matter. The Sinclair group isn't about the ratings. The Sinclair group is about pushing conservative propaganda. That's why they've been buying up all these local networks. Media is totally captured. Yeah, we do not have independent media. It is all state media. Great news for America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. Damn, we might actually grow up in a media landscape where there is no opposition at all. That's crazy. Also, he's going to designate Antifa as a terrorist org. Well, good luck with that. They've said that multiple times before. Why are they so scared of him? Because they agree with him, man. All these media corps, all these mega corporations, they agree. They're fine with it. They don't give a shit. They're not like, okay, they take a little bit of pushback, and the Trump gives them, kickbacks through favorable coverage or by not censuring them or whatever, or going after them with the federal government. It's just, yeah, it's at the end of the day, like, they're on the same team. They hate you. The abrupt decision by Disney, which is or by ABC, which is owned by Walt Disney, came hours after the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, assailed Mr. Kimmel's remarks and suggested his regulatory agency might take action against ABC for it. Awesome.
And what appears to be an action by Jimmy Kimmel to play into,
as shown here on The Benny Show,
that narrative that this was somehow a MAGA or Republican motivated person. They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or, there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
Jesus. Can you believe that conservatives have for decades whined that mainstream media hates them, when even leaving aside things like Fox News, the nanosecond Trump took power again, it literally, like, after this comment, just a few hours later, Walt Disney took down one of their biggest acts. Like, it took nothing. Like, they're so eager to bend the knee to Trump. All it took for Disney, literally, this was it. Yesterday, the head of the FCC went on fucking Benny Johnson's podcast and said, yep, don't like that. And Disney tanked him. That's all it took. It's terrifying how quickly it all crumbled. Yeah. Hopefully, like, when we're all picking ourselves up from the ruin of this, hopefully all of this serves as a reminder of why it needs to be pulled up from the root, Like, all of the people will look at it and go like, oh, wow, we can't just trust all these guys as soon as it's expedient to pretend to be woke again. This system is rotten to the core, I don't even know what to say, man. It's genuinely like it's terrifying that even Kimmel doesn't meet this fucking standard. We are not a first world country. Not politically. It kind of makes me sick to my stomach. Yeah, at least when corporations kowtowed to the Nazis, there was a very real risk that the Nazis would, like, shoot them if they didn't comply. Nowadays, what, Trump complains about you on Twitter? That's it, seriously. Any, like, meaningful legal action the administration takes against you, you could just challenge in court and win. They lose most of their cases, you know? When CBS... Man... When CBS paid Trump off for no reason other than to get his approval for their merger, that really felt like the watermark, didn't it? It was like, okay, now we know for a fact. Like, these corporations have decided, in whatever fucked up utilitarian calculus they have implemented, they have decided that it is worth it to bend the knee. It doesn't, like, no matter how obvious or how easy challenging it would be, they would rather fall to their knees and be weak. Yeesh. Well, not much else to say there. Good night, y'all. See you tomorrow.